All right, whatever. This is what I got. Maybe I'll learn how to do this. And my stream is paused. Why is my stream paused? Testing 1, 2, 3. Wow, that is quite a lag. Okay, well, I will get used to that, I guess. Okay. So anyway, yeah, the idea is that I'm going to record this, and I will probably edit it and put it on the channel, my YouTube channel if it comes out well. And if not, I will at least get some experience with this whole live streaming concept. Oh, and this all started on a Discord channel, so I should. I don't switch. I wonder if Discord is what was causing my other mic to. Oh yeah. Okay. That might be why I didn't have any sound before. Let me make sure I still have sound now. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. Okay. And so one last thing, I gotta paste this URL to if anyone wants to drop by working on text editor. Okay. Right. Another TTV viewer. Hello. Okay. You would think it would like notify you that people are joining your whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to do with that. This account has been suspended? Me or you? Welcome to the chat. All right, well. I'm going to press on unless somebody gives me some feedback and says this is not working or whatever. It looks like somebody was trying to join in there from the Discord, and their account was suspended. The broadcaster used so 3 people. I'm getting the hang of this. Okay. Let's see. So B4, Sabrin B4 is where I'm working. If I can. Put the code here. That's the link to. It's okay. I'm just figuring out basics. Could be not this much. Okay. Let's see how if that's readable or not. Edit stream info active mods. Hello, hey guard clean. No, it shows that somebody followed me. Hello. It doesn't show me that. Wow. Apparently I've wasted 15 minutes doing absolutely nothing. So. Hey, finally, hello. Hello, can you see links link above you in the chat. See, can you? Oh, you guys can hear me. Can you see the whole chat history? What is my font for J? This is Firacode Mono, maybe? So I'm in a PuTTY window. I'm connected to a Linode, a Linux, a Ubuntu box somewhere. Change settings. This is appearance. I was messing with it, but yeah, Fire Mono is the one I'm using right now. I think mostly because it looks nice here, and also because it was I was trying to find something that showed like APL and J characters. I'm not sure if I landed on one that did or not. That's what I have. Only from after I joined. Okay, so copy link. In that case, I don't know how to keep, maybe. Maybe what I'll do is I'll put a link in the, yeah, on the screen description. Accounts channel. Oops. Oh, I find this user interface incredibly confusing. The Twitch UI. I don't want that. That can go away. Oh. Edit stream info. Hosting. Stream preview. It's not letting me change the thing, maybe because I'm live. I could have sworn I just changed this. Quick actions. Oh, wait, hang on. I see. Okay, so yeah, in the title there's coding a text editor in J, I hope, and then there's a link to GitHub. That's where I although for me it's truncated, so I can't. Yeah, okay. So is there a link in the description, the channel description? Okay, thanks. And is this readable? Is this big enough? I'm on a 4K monitor and I'm using like the upper left hand corner of the screen, so. Okay. Let's see. This is. It's a little cramped from what I'm used to. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so I'll just real quick. So I make YouTube videos, as some of you know, and they're all about J. And what I want to do is I want to. So this is the script for a video that I promised like a year ago, and on the left here, and then on the right here is my J program, and what I'm trying to do is make a. So the thing on the left is meant to be a text editor. This part right here is meant to be a text editor, and this is a REPL on the right hand side, and then below here, this is a J program that is editing the same outline that I'm editing in Emacs on the left over here. So the idea is that this little window, this area in the upper right hand corner, will be the content of a future video, and this is the below that is the I'm editing the program. I'm editing the script of that video, and so this is like a scratch thing. So this line right here on the right with the colon is telling me that at this point in time I want to input something into the REPL. And what I'm trying to accomplish today is I'm trying to make an editor for this for a line of J code. one line at a time, and then eventually that'll be part of the editor. But starting with the REPL, editing one line of J code, and I want to record it. I want to record every keystroke and the timing of the keystrokes, so that it doesn't just when I say basically in the past when I've recorded this, I've always just recorded the screen of myself typing live, and that makes for it's really hard to go back and edit something like in the script if you're just live coding. So I want to be able to preserve the actual live coding, actually record it, but in text somehow. So like record a macro that includes timing, like a editor macro that includes timing. So yeah, and then let's see. You can page through the outline, and as you go, it's going to start showing the content of the talk as it goes along. So as I step through, it adds a line, and then it shows the output and so on. It's all messed up because my screen is too small right now. But hello, Rack 1507. Oh, you're the one who. Oh no. Hey, you're from Discord, I see. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm probably not going to just keep explaining this over and over again. So this is the app I'm working on, and I'm going to try and I'm trying to focus on one little widget within here, which is this editor. So I've got the basics where I can edit one line of code. I can move back and forth. I cannot yet select. Yeah, I just hit the key I'm used to using for selection in Emacs, and it broke me out. So that's what I've got, and it doesn't. It does not yet do live syntax highlighting. So I'm going to move this over here, and that screwed up my window. And I'll bring up the code for that. So that is in a file called. See, we're in B4J. And that is what repl I called it, right? It is, yeah, it is Emacs. Emacs is on the left. So I'm in tmux. So I'm splitting my screen, and then Emacs is on the left, and the J interactive console is on the right, and then within that I am making my own repl for J. All right, so. Now I'm wondering for posterity if this is even going to record the questions. I will repeat the questions in the future. So somebody said, I don't know how you say your name, Awaga? Said, real neat environment so far. I thought it was Emacs at first. So that was responded to. Okay. Yeah. You were banned. So you're welcome. I'm famous. Somebody's David Smith. Hello, David Smith. How do I see? Interesting. You have to like refresh the. Oh, this is so weird. You have to like manually refresh the UI in the tool I'm looking at here to see who the people are. All you can do is you don't get notified. You just see at the top there's like 6 viewers, but that's cool. It's more viewers than I've ever had before. So, all right. Your camera is covered. Oh, yes, that's a good point. My camera is covering up the top left of the screen. So how about that? I'll try and keep the cursor on the top. Thanks. That was a good idea. yeah. Sorry, I can't. Well, I can see it, but I've got like 3 copies of the screen here. I've got the broadcast thing. I've got the Twitch. I've never done this before. Okay. Usually when I borrowed the setup from my videos, and I always leave that part of the screen blank as there's a blank rectangle up there. But now I've got just this terminal window here. But I do that to prevent myself from whatever, from covering up code or whatever. Okay, so what we see here so far is so So this is J. Load is going to load a library. We've recently in J grown the ability to publish packages on GitHub. So I have a package. Hang on, I have a window here. I have a package on GitHub called tangentstorm/j-KVM. It is a library for working with the terminal in J. KVM is keyboard, video, and mouse. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's an awesome library. Thank you. I'm really happy with this. I learned to program on an old, in the days of DOS when you had a colored text screen, 16 color text, and I started with GW Basic and then Turbo Pascal, and Turbo Pascal had this really nice library for putting text on the screen, basically in the old days you had the ability to write directly to video memory, and so you could put a byte at a certain place, and then the letter corresponding to that byte would show up on the screen, and so you would just write to the buffer, and then it would render, and you could draw boxes and all this stuff, and so when I learned to program, that's the kind of user interface I got used to, and the programming interface was really simple. It was move the cursor here, put some text, change the color, whatever. Or you could choose to directly edit the video buffer memory. Then these days you have end curses, and it's just I find end curses a little complicated. It has the advantage that it can handle every kind of terminal emulator in the universe, but in practice I use like one kind of emulator and Xterm or whatever, and or PuTTY configured as Xterm, and then I don't need anything that complicated, and the interface itself is pretty simple. So basically, yeah, CRT, exactly, yeah. Hello, Omarang. The CRT module was from Pascal, and so a couple years ago I dug up my code from the old days, and freepascal.org has a really nice port of like all the stuff that from the ancient Turbo Pascal all the way up to modern Delphi, and I got my code working again with that. But the CRT module there is 16 colors, and it's tied to the DOS era, and so I wrote my own. There are newer enhancements. I think there's a module called video in Free Pascal, but I wrote my own, and it was called KVM, and so this is the J port of KVM, and it does two kinds of things. First, so I'll start with this. So first we have VT, which is these are the Xterm escape codes. First we have a bunch of stuff for just generating the escape codes to move the cursor and change the color and all that stuff. And these are just either strings in capital letters here. These are either just strings or functions that take a parameter and return a string. And then and then this stuff this works in the Windows terminal and in Linux. It does not yet work in OS X, just because a stupid reason that I haven't debugged yet, because I don't. I actually bought a Mac, but I haven't plugged it in yet. But very close to working in OS X, I hope. But for now, it works in Linux and Windows. And so I learned how to call the DLLs and talk to the kernel and the console library. And then, which the new Windows terminal in Windows 10 also handles all the same, 24-bit color escape codes and all that fun stuff. But for doing things like reading a key, you need like platform-specific stuff. Somewhere down here, like in lowercase, in these kind of platform-specific ways, I define things like read key and get the height and width is the key pressed. Keep is key pressed. Put a character, put a string, and so on. So this is my basic. So basically, this VT thing is my basic terminal input output library. We've got foreground color gives you the 256 the 8-bit color, a paletted color, and then the ones with the X, foreground X, give you the ability to put in a 24-bit hex code for the foreground or background color. Clear screen, all that stuff. And then there's a demo, and I guess I can run this. There's a good chance this may not actually work on my screen, but here, let's make it with a J, load, and storm, J-KVM, VT, if you want that one, and then demo. Nope, what do I call it? Demo VT. Yeah, and so here it's showing that it rendered the 256 colors, and then there's a little animation playing, so it's indicating that there's an event loop going on. And then when you press a key, it's going to stop. So that's the demo of that, and that's the raw terminal layer. And then on top of that, I've got a couple things. The main one being vid. So now vid is the writing to memory kind of thing. So with vid, you are creating an object, like in the J sense, you're creating a locale, and we have these same functions. But the idea is that you're going to have a global variable called term, and by default, when you call these functions, it just relays to VT. So we're setting the term is the namespace VT, which is what we were just looking at. But there is also a stack, and so you can create a stack of these things, of these terminal objects, and the buffers have the exact same interface, but they write to the video buffer, or the memory buffer. So you've got you've got these three. Hang on. Yeah. So you got three variables: the foreground color, the current foreground color, current background color, and the current XY coordinates of the cursor. And then you have three. So there should be an init here. Yeah. So when you initialize, you either oh yeah. So you initialize, you pass in either an empty array, so the empty string, and if it's empty, so if the absolute value of the length is 0, or one minus the absolute value of the length. Basically, if it's empty, then you wind up calling the get width and height, and otherwise you just pass in the width and height or the height and width that was passed in as an argument. And then what that does is it creates it stores the width and height of the terminal in a variable. It sets the cursor to the upper left, clears the screen, and it fills the content. So you have a foreground buffer, a background buffer, and then fill is the character buffer. So you have these two-dimensional arrays that represent the characters on the screen, the foreground colors on the screen, and the background colors on the screen. And then the colors are either 24-bit color codes, or if it's negative, then that's one of the 256 8-bit palette entries. Hello, go play diabolical. Okay, I guess that's a game. Hello. Yes, I'm streaming J. Okay, I've got a little 3-month-old baby next to me, so I might have to stop at some point and feed her. Okay, so yeah, so that's the idea here is that you've got these objects now in J that that represent these little buffers of the screen. Oh, hey Kirk, that represent these little screen buffers, miniature screens of whatever size you want them to be, and you can push and pop them onto a stack. And so. The idea behind that is that then you can you can push a small window onto a stack. You can push another window, and you can basically compose these little screens together into a bigger picture. And so in my world, an individual widget is one of these, has one of these buffers, or has code to render to one of these buffers. And when it's marked as dirty, the event loop, the UI library generates a buffer, generates these 3 buffers at the right size, pushes that onto the stack, and then the widget draws itself, and then it pops off the stack. And eventually you get a buffer that's the size of the screen, and there's some magic code somewhere, which I believe is this, that says for whichever rows are changed, go through and just update those rows and rewrite rewrite those on the actual screen. Eventually, at some point, I'm going to get that, to make that even faster by saying, just update the individual cells that have changed, or the colors that have changed. But right now, it's just it does one line at a time. It's actually pretty fast and usable, but in theory, so I'll show you the next thing. So in theory, you can render like a lot of colors and images all at once, which is what happens when you use this. So you can render something like the Mandelbrot here. So I'm already logged into J here. So if I put that here, VM, co-insert, VM. Oops. VM. Load tangent storm, J-KVM, VM. The VM here is for ViewMat. And I have a bug. I've broken it somehow, and I will need to fix that. So sorry. It's meant to show this. It's meant to show this Mandelbrot set. I don't know why I'm not getting any color. Probably. Hello. That's fine. Yeah, I'm in the middle of update. I was in the middle of updating ViewMat, the VM function, to not just print it. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. Basically, I've updated something and it's not quite up to date. This is another reason why I was fiddling with my fonts, because the way this works is it uses Unicode block drawing characters, and for every, well, you can see it when I highlight it. They all look like that. So there's each character has a top part and a bottom part, and they're each a different color. And so the point is that when you're doing something like this, if you're in a tight event loop, you don't want to re-render a whole line like this over and over again, because it actually is kind of laggy when you're typing. Yep. So this is Kirk asked if this is the terminal. So yes, this is a tmux window. I'm logged into I'm in Windows. I've got a PuTTY terminal open to a Linux box, and then this is tmux with Emacs on the left and J on the right. Port Star Fox. Okay. Can you animate? Yes. I don't have it. Well, I showed a demo a little while ago of animation where I'm just like, I've got like I'll show it again real quick. Well, it's just a demo. It's the demo from here. So that's animation happening, and all I'm doing is just a loop, and there's a, well, okay, I can show you that part. So that works. That is actually kind of critical to what I'm working on. The ability to animate is almost exactly the same as the ability to do interactive. Like a text editor is an animation in sense. it's an animation that it happens to be generated on the fly of what you're doing. So as you so the top level module here is called J-KVM. I'm still kind of working on this, so I might wind up having to to rearrange this a little bit. But the idea is that you've got a loop here. So with keyboard here, it puts it into raw mode, which lets you access individual keystrokes. And while this variable is not set, if a key is pressed, read that key. Otherwise, read that key and pass it to a variable. So this is a verb. So you say verb with key press with keyboard, and so it runs that verb every time a key is pressed. Infinite zoom in. I have a infinite zoom in Mandelbrot terminal. I have another. So all of this, as I was trying to say, is about my video channel. Mandelbrot is what it's called, and so I wrote the script for a video, zooming, zoom into the Mandelbrot set thing ages and ages and ages ago. What did it say? Like, 6 years ago. I tried to update it about 10 months ago. And it's just been sitting there, and it's just a real pain for me to record these videos. I make a lot of mistakes, tend to make a lot of mistakes, and yeah, I don't know. I wanted better tools for recording these videos, so that's why I'm making this editor thing. Well, okay, I can show you this. Like in here, like I'm saying, as you can see, it takes a while, blah, blah, blah. It's like you have to, as you write your script for your video, you have to kind of, or at least the way I do it, you can either live stream like this and then you make all these mistakes and it's, maybe it's fun, but it's a disaster. Or you can try and imagine what's going to be on the screen, and, you can, live code it and then, type your script and all that. And I wanted something where I could have my script right here in the I'm going to zoom out. So here it's loading the script. I want this where I can go through and see step by step, and I can page through and say, okay, here's what I'm going to type. There you go. And then again, this is for those of you who weren't here. The point is that right now, if I were to record this video, the video being this blank editor on the left at the top, and the repl on the right, and I don't have scrolling right, but the idea is that so here I'm pointing with my finger. Here is the same text as this, right? And then as the video is playing, this cursor moves down the page, and so once I get past this line, it's going to show the result of running that. And the video is actually demonstrating this whole library that I'm talking about, as well as drawing sand piles, which was another video I promised years ago. So yeah, so I want this. This is what I want, and it's almost ready to go. I could right now sit down and I could record my video, but it would look fake because these lines just appear out of nowhere, and I want to have a cursor here that is animated and moving back and forth. And so the goal then is to make an editor, which I've almost got working, but add to that editor the ability to record the keystrokes like a macro in any editor. You can record a macro, but to record them with timestamps and to play them back with timestamps, so it looks like it's so that it looks natural when it's actually a recording of me typing and not just pasting the text onto the screen. So it's not live, but it's scripted, but it's recorded as if exactly the way it was when it was live, if that makes any sense at all. Okay, including mistakes. So there's like a maybe a 10-20 second lag between anything I say and the time you see it. So I've lost track of what I said, but yeah. So Kirk asked, including mistakes, and I'm guessing. Oh yeah. So yeah, I would probably edit most of the mistakes out, and yeah. So when I want to record without the typos, that was another thing. I make a lot of typos when I type live, and so in my last video or two I made I used slides. In fact, this thing started out as a slide presenter, but now I'm trying to enhance it to. In fact, the thing on the left is showing a slide. So if I go up and down, so like here's a slide. And I've slowly removed all the slides, and I've changed them to the idea of using an editor now. So the idea is that you'll have the repl on the right, and then eventually there'll be an editor on the left. So this left part will be an editor, and then I'll be able to have a cursor moving up and down and copying and pasting on multiple lines and so on. So that's it. Okay. So that was Mandelbrot. So yeah, long story short, yes, we could make a zooming Mandelbrot that's ready to go. I just need I don't know if I'm going to do it in the GUI or not. I covered so many GUI things that there's really not much to this code except the Mandelbrot part itself. So I don't know what I'm not sure how I'm going to present this one. Yeah. Okay, so back to this. This is the KVM module. This is the top level module that kind of puts all the I wanted it so that if you're just somebody who's used to working with the terminal codes, you can have the terminal library. So that's VT. VM is ViewMat. Vid is the video buffers, and then for right now, J-KVM is the app, and so that we've got this keyboard handling thing. And I'm just starting to get to the point. Oh, there should be one called. If you go to the work branch, which is what I'm working on, there should be one called UI, and UI is the start on this framework. So the editor that I'm working on is a widget. So you've got Jay has this idea of a locale. Which is like a namespace, and namespaces can be they can be modules like in the Python sense, or classes in the Python sense, or they can be, I don't know which languages you guys learn, but they're a namespace and they can be chained together. So if I say that UI widget extends UI theme, it means so let me go from the start. Require the video thing. So here's I'm importing the video buffers. I'm creating a verb called extends in the Z locale. So Z is at the end of the chain, and so if you put something in Z, it's accessible pretty much everywhere. And so extends is saying, so it's a dyad. It says switch to X, the left variable, and then once I'm in that locale, insert the thing on the right. So KVM is imported from here. So the UI theme extends KVM, so it adds KVM to that chain. And then co-class and co-current are the exact same. They have the exact same definition. They're just, it's just like this is not an object. You would never instantiate the UI theme probably. This is just like a global place where you can put all the colors that you want the widgets to use. So it's like my style sheet. They're just variables, right? And then the UI widget uses that, or every UI widget will use that theme, and they all just kind of share it. But if you wanted like one widget to work differently, you could instantiate that widget and then edit its path to remove that theme and put some other theme in there or something like that. Anyway, that's what's going on here. Oh, I have 13 viewers. Hello, everybody. Wow. Okay, so, and then I have these, is that idiomatic for namespaces? So extends is a word I started using. I have, co-current and co-class come with J, and I don't know if it's idiomatic or not. what you tend to see is that you'll say like here. So if I just load plot, right? Oh, here. If I type plot, it's undefined. But if I load plot, then now well, you missed it, but it imported Cairo and bitmaps and PNGs and all this stuff. So each library that these are all things that came with J. Here, let me start with that again. So conames tells you all the namespaces that are out there. Z is the one that has everything in it. So if you say names underscore Z, this is like a subscript, right? So show me all the names in Z, and this is like going to show you every verb and noun and everything that's predefined. So it's a lot of stuff. And if you want to see like all the ones that start with like S or whatever, then you do that. So that's that. If you do names here, then that shows you the current locale, which is coname, which is base. So when you first start up J, you're in base, but you can say co-current Z, and then now you can do things in there. And if you say what 2CRLF is, looks like something that changes line endings, and now you can rearrange. You can reset that. Well, if I go back to base, and I say this equals hello, then 2CRLF is hello. But if I go anywhere else, co-current Z, not Z, but other. Then if I say two, it's still pulling it from Z. But if I edit the one in Z, XXX, then now that's global. It's not that it's global, it's that every namespace by default has Z at the end of its path. Oh, can I move my head over to the lower left? Yeah, so earlier we had a problem that my head was in the way of the code in the editor, and now it's out. So sorry about that. Okay, I'll figure it out soon. So the question was: is this is there what is the idiomatic way for working with modules? And I don't know. I tend to. Yeah. I don't know what the answer is about like the right way to edit J code, or to structure J code. I know what I do. What I was going to say earlier is that what I've seen is J is a small community. It doesn't have a lot of people in it, and for the longest time, the modules that existed only came from J. They're telling me to move my head around like the DVD logo, and then get to see when it hits the corner. Was it The Office? Anyway, yeah. So when you start out, you get like the basic things. You get you get Z, which is all the built-ins. I'm not sure what JTask is. I think that might have something to do with like we can see names underscore JTask. Create new console. Yeah. So this is for communicating between consoles. I've never really used this except for when you're you're in the GUI and your J you do something that sends your console into an infinite loop. You can spawn another J instance. You just open up J and you can type break. So break is probably in here, right? In this, or no, it's probably in Z. And it's gonna know about the other J terminal, and it's gonna break that loop for you. We have a link to the I won't open it because they gave me a nice stern warning about copyright claims and all that stuff. So I don't know what to do there. Yeah. So what I was going to say though is that this is what comes with J. You got the regex engine. I don't know what jcompare is. You got J is all stuff internal to like settings, your user folders, and all kinds of stuff like that. But what I was getting at is that when you load, so again we'll load plot, it's gonna create a bunch of these modules, and then it modifies Z. So the word plot is going to be in Z now. Sorry, not names. Conames, names. Plot converts string to gerund. That's new. I never knew about that. And so what tends to happen is that all of the J modules. So the effect of that was that when I loaded plot, it had some side effect that first it imported all these other modules. The PNG and the Cairo, and Cairo was a drawing library and all this stuff. And then it also stuck global names, it stuck some names in Z, which I think works fine when you have, like one or two persons, maintaining and curating all your libraries and making sure there are no name collisions and whatnot. But as soon as you start sharing code between multiple parties, which I think is a new thing. Is underscore a primitive in J? Underscore is not a primitive, it is a constant. It is a constant for infinity. But okay, so here, when so this is the number infinity. Underscore 1 is -1, so underscore is part of an identifier. So when you say xy equals 3, that's just making a verb, a noun called x underscore y. But if you end with a, there's two special syntaxes. One is if you, so if you use plot z, this is going to give you the this is called it's like a subscript. It's like using a dot in Python or JavaScript or something like that. Except the order is so this is like z.plot in JS, Python, everything else, right? So plot underscore z underscore is plot in the z locale. Then you can also have a dynamic dispatch. So I'm going to have an object or a namespace, right? I'm going to have a namespace. I'm going to choose dynamically which namespace it is. So I'm going to say it's Z, and then I say plot underscore ns. So double underscore now is also like a dot, but it's specifically for objects instead of just a locale. So it's a indirect reference here. You have to box it. So if you have a box name, so that is the character Z with a box around it. So an enclosed array. Yeah, and so that's how locales work. So you have either, and this is how objects work. So when you say conu Z, so let's say ZZ is equal to conu Z. So ZZ is conames. So what conu does is it creates a copy of it creates a new locale that has the name that you gave it inserted into the path. So copath of ZZ is Z and Z. Right, because what copath does is you give it a namespace and it makes a new locale that has Z and that namespace chained together. So from that locale you have access to everything in Z and everything in the chain of the locale you passed in. So Z was a stupid example. Normally you would say you would do what I'm doing in the code here. You say co-current UI theme, this, right? So now I've switched to this, it's like changing a directory or whatever. And now I can say like x equals 5, or let's say, theme equals 1, 2, 3. And then I can go back to base, co-current base, which is where we started. And then I can say, t equals co-new UI theme. And then t is now, we've created a new locale called 1. The idea is that the alphanumeric ones are the ones that people create, or, that users create, and the numeric ones are the ones that the system creates. And so if I now ask the copath of t, so t, I pass in that box, the box 1, and that's a reference to this namespace or this whatever. And so now it says, okay, well, it looks up that thing. So if I say theme, so I defined theme inside of UI theme. And if I say conames, names _ t, that's going to show me everything defined in t. And it's just that one. So these are like the private variables of that object, or the member variables of that object. But even though it's not defined, I can say theme of t, and it's going to chain that and look it up in UI theme because it follows this path. So the resolution of an identifier goes from whatever's in this current path, so the locale number 1, the current locale number 1, and if it's not found there, then it looks in UI theme, and if it's not found there, it looks in Z. So just like that, we have plot here now. I think if we load a plot, yeah. So that's the same as that should be equal to plot of Z. I'm reading the chat here. Okay. All right. So that was some spammer has come by and told me to buy some followers. I have 10 followers here. That's all or 10 viewers here. Oh, 6 followers. Wow. Thanks. All right. So let's see. Okay. So we've talked about what locales are. We talked about how they chain together. And then J does not have any kind of concept of like subclassing. You can do it. You can do a lot of things. You can, it's prototype based inheritance, very much like JavaScript. So just like JavaScript doesn't have, and I up until recently didn't have a concept of like a class keyword. J has this predefined co-class, which is the exact same thing as concurrent. But it's just like an indicator for the reader that you're using it as if it were a class. And then the conventional way, or the traditional way, would be to say co-class UI widget, and then on the next line you'd say co-insert UI theme. But I liked extend, so I made this dyad that does it for me. Block, auto report and block anything with the word famous. If you golf the bot code, you get you mod privileges. Okay. All right. So also the word I showed the word a minute ago, co-new. So co-new is a dyad. So if you call it monadically, it's going to call co-create, and then it's going to it defines that co-creator and says who created it and all that stuff. But if you call it dyadically, it does the exact same thing, but then it also calls this function create. So it allows you to pass in arguments to a constructor. So create is the convention for a constructor of an object in J. So in the widget case, there is no constructor, so this is just the identity function. I left it as a placeholder just to remind me that it, to go back in and do something. But the idea is that a widget in this library, it's going to be a rectangular buffer that is positioned on the screen somewhere, and it has the coordinates, it has a height, a width, it has sort of the redraw flag says whether or not it's in need of a refresh, and v says whether or not it's visible. So that is the state of these are the state variables that define a widget, and then this is, I guess, the intent is that every widget has like a draw function. I think it's called render, and so really there should be a render. In fact, I'll put that in the code right now, even though it's so many windows open. J-KVM UI.js. This should have a verb called a method called render. Okay. So I'll check that in later. And then I have defined some widgets to begin with. So list, you've seen all three of these so far in the demo. So go back here, zoom the window. All right, so this is a list. It's just a list of strings. It's got a cursor. It can go back and forth. Whoops. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. The zooming windows in Tmux. This is another list on the right. Same thing. It can also scroll. That's the idea of a. I'm not sure the scrolling is actually working on that left side, but sorry. Sorry, I'm screen things up. I'm used to having a bigger screen and switching back and forth with different keyboards, so I changed my muscle memory. Yeah, but so you can see if I'm pressing 9 and 0 to move this cursor around on the left, and as I do, you see it's scrolling that window. So that's a list widget in my little library here, in the UI folder we've got list, and so yeah, so we've got a render, and these are all the verbs that the messages, the methods that are exposed on this thing. So this is moving the cursor forward, backwards, get the current, the current value of the list you're iterating through. Are you at 0? At the left hand side? Are you at the end? Z. Go to 0. Go to the right. Go to the end. Go to the first one. Go to the last one. Insert a new item and delete. So it's like an editable list. And then these are overriding all the things that were in UI. Because these live in UI widget and the namespaces are chained, these are the default values for every widget. And if the create method overrides one of these things, it overrides it locally on that instance. And so that's what we're seeing here in the list widget. So we're overriding the width and height, but you don't override X and Y. Because the widget doesn't know where it is. You just create the widget. It thinks it's at, it just treats the screen at 0, 0 when it comes time to render. Because what's going to happen is I'll show this in a second. But there's a widget called app which composes all the other widgets together. And what it does is it says, okay, how big are you? And once it knows how big you are, it creates a buffer of one of those video buffers for you, or it actually modifies, it just has one of them, and it modifies it to be the right size and shape, and clears it. Then it calls the render function. It calls the instance, the object's render function on that buffer, and so it sets the stack up so that all the terminal control verbs are talking to that buffer, or they're talking to that video buffer, rather than just writing directly to the terminal. So if you were and because that defaults to just writing escape codes directly to the terminal, the idea is that if you were to just create an object and render it, it would just render directly into the terminal, like in the REPL. I can try this. It may or may not work. Let's see. So, okay. So the editor on the left is called I don't know. One of them is called LED. One of them is called Red. TED. Oh no, sorry. It's list, I believe. Okay, so list is the thing. So if I say render list, it didn't work. Okay, so I've never actually tried that, but the intent is that you would be able to just type it in the REPL and you would see that widget directly underneath. It would just render it for you. Probably it would render it at, maybe not in the right place. It would render it at the upper left-hand corner of the screen, because it's intended to go to 0, 0 and start everything up there. But because there's a stack, it winds up rendering it to this little buffer. Hey, oh, the baby's up. You want her? I'm talking to everybody in the world. Jake. Okay. So here is how we draw a list. We have a highlight color. So yeah. So sorry. High is a flag that says whether the cursor is equal to the current index plus the scroll buffer, or whatever. You are a weird streamer in the most wonderful way. Keep it up. Wow, thank you. I've never streamed anything before. This is new for me, so I will keep it up as long as people don't throw rotten tomatoes at me. Okay, so visible line. So for VLN is a visible line. So for each line in you have the list of all the items that you're looking at. Usually it's a box list of strings. You take the scroll windows worth of that, or the scroll positions. This is drop. So the S is the scroll position. So it's the top line that you're looking at. So drop, or it's right before the top line. So drop. So drop, like if S is 10, then drop the first 10 lines, and then take the height and take that many lines out of whatever's left. So that chop the head off the list, and then throw that away, and then chop the head off again, but keep it. That gives you the list of visible lines, and then for each one of those lines, you go XY, put the cursor at XY position 0, comma, and then the index. So whenever you have a for loop, you guys are this is how J does a loop variable. So you have the word for with a dot at the end, makes a for loop. But if you want to assign a index variable to that, you put an underscore and the identifier. So that defines the word VLN, the variable VLN for each one of these, for each pass through the loop. So I'm using that here when it says if VLN is not an empty box, put the contents of the draw an empty buffer, so clear the space, which is actually not necessary, because this should be an empty buffer when you get it. It's left over from the time when it was drawn to the screen. But otherwise, if it's not empty, then then unbox it and take out whatever the width. So extract that many characters. So truncate it. My other daughter's awake. I don't know if you guys are hearing the crying. Anyway, so that's drawing the lists and truncating them. And this is pretty much how the editor works as well. So the editor is pretty small. I'm going to just briefly show this, come back to it, and I'm going to talk about app for a second. So the editor and the list are very similar to each other. So they both have cursors. Instead of a list, it's called B for buffer. But you've got an empty element. So the idea is that you oh, okay. So once you've got the idea of a list and a cursor, now what we've got is the idea of you can nest them. So the editor works like a list. It's got a cursor for a single line of code, and you've got a cursor moving back and forth within one line of text. No new lines. And so we have a list. The B is a buffer of characters, the string that you're editing. And in that case, E is going to be like a space or an empty, the null character, whatever this is. This little expression figures out the empty element for whatever you pass in. And then once you've got that working, you can use this exact same object to make to use a list of lines. So an editor is a line editor and a buffer editor are the same thing. So a one-dimensional editor is just one of these things, and a two-dimensional editor is one editor that is controlling the vertical coordinate. It's got a vertical cursor, and the other one has a horizontal cursor. And so you pick the line you want to edit by moving the cursor, the vertical cursor, and then you copy that string over to the line editor, and then use the line editor's horizontal cursor to edit that line. And so they both the vertical and horizontal directions share the same thing, except the horizontal one is an array of characters, so a string, and the horizontal one, or the vertical one, is a list of boxes. So an array of boxes, each one of those containing a string, which then gets edited. So Garklin is asking Ed and Jay when. Well, I'm talking about it right now. This is the editor. This whole time I've been talking about it. I was building up from the UI framework. But really, I mean, you don't even need the UI framework. If you ignore the render verb, like this is the abstract code for an editor, period. Oh, Ed and Jay, when? So let's see it. I mean, this kind of is Ed. Yeah. So I'll show you two things. So okay. Hang on. Let me clear out some of these windows. Here, that was the demo I was talking about earlier. I was trying to figure out. This is another story. This is me trying to figure out what the O key does in whether you insert above or below in Vim. I don't use Vim very much. I know like the very basics, but for this macro language, for editing the animations, I wanted to use something very close to Vim. I figured I would make it mirror Vim because people are used to Vim, and it's got a very terse syntax. So I'm actually using Vim hotkeys, or I'm intending to use Vim hotkeys as the language for these macros, which requires me learning Vim to make sure I get it right. No idea what this is, so I'm going to get rid of it. This is where I update all the repos. And this is another script. These are the scripts for things. This is, I actually don't need either one of these. So I'm going to get rid of these. And that's my plan. Okay. So I was going to show the editor. cd forward. I stuck it in a file called repl right now. But so this is my editor. This is running in J. This is the one-line version of this. And then, oh man. How about escape? I have a demo of this I might have deleted it because I was going to hang on. I hope I didn't delete it. Let's see. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. But do I have a demo that shows the? No, I moved it here. Okay, so do is probably the wrong word to use for this thing. Okay, it doesn't matter. What I was getting is I had there's a way to make this thing. Maybe some token. It is in token, but I have. Let's see. I'm gonna try and show the animation. So I don't know how. Probably have a line here that says removed all the animation stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is it. So I have EJ. I'm going to try this. I don't know if it'll still work or not. But what should happen is that you should be able to see if this works. You're going to see a so do is defined. Draw the token editor. Yeah, so when I originally wrote this, this is broken at the moment. But when I originally wrote this, it had a I wrote this before I wrote the UI library. That's the widget library. So before I had the concept of a widget and these buffers and whatnot, it was just drawing this directly on the screen. So this probably does not work right now, unfortunately. But what it did was this is a little language that says again, we're imagining that we're in Vim. The question mark is kind of representing the escape character. You press escape to toggle between or to escape from the edit mode. So I had to. I didn't want to put the escape character directly into the string here, because J doesn't have a way to escape the escape character. So I figured the question mark is probably the least used function, or the least used primitive in J. J uses all the characters, so I figured it was the one least likely to collide with anything, because you use it for random things, and there's nothing random in my code. I figured I would use J or that as the character for escape. So the intent was this would be like I in Vim, where you start inserting text, and then you type this text, and then you escape with the escape key. But then once I did that, I said, well, I'll just use that as a toggle. So it's veering away from Vim a little bit. But in my macro language, then this is the macro to switch to insert mode and type these characters 0040000, and then escape from that mode. And the reason I was doing that, I was drawing a plus sign. I've closed my editor here, so RL. Whoa, that shouldn't happen. What did I break? How did I break something so fast? The only code I remember changing is JS. That's the only code that changed here. I changed that one line that said render. I will undo that. Just why is that broken? That's weird. Like this just yeah. I don't know. Okay. So it's time to do some actual J coding, because we're in a weird place here. The other thing I did is I changed the size of the screen, so it could be that somehow I've got a screen that is causing a screen size that is causing. But yeah, that was it. So I've got some bug with the screen size. So this is being recorded. I'll go back and edit it, and then I'll remember to fix that. So yeah, probably the buffer is too big for the, I had this bar moved over here, so I bet that, yeah, that's it. And then here, if I move it this way, all right, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to fix that later. Okay, I have no idea what I was saying now. When in doubt, blame cosmic rays. So I'm blaming my tiny screen now. I don't remember. I've lost my train of thought, but I do remember that I wanted to go back here and talk about app. UI app. And I'm going to break this out into another window. Ooh, where'd it go? Okay. All right, so this is app.ijs. IJS is the file name for J files for some reason. All right, and so UI, I tried to have a little naming convention with, I call them UI list, UI edit, UI app, because there's no hierarchy to the namespaces, and so I'm trying to be a little more conscious of the fact that, as J becomes more popular and we add the ability to have import code from other users from GitHub, you got to try and play nice. And I think that the tradition in J of just sticking stuff into the Z locale is going to lead to trouble if if J were ever to become more popular and develop more of a community. You would start running into these issues of name collisions in that, and also name collisions in the locales themselves, because as you saw, you import one thing, it might create multiple locales, namespaces, and then those namespaces are themselves in a global namespace that is not hierarchical and does not have the ability to be hierarchical at the moment. When you load something, this is a path on the slash corresponds to a path, but it does not carry over into being a path in the name of the locale. And in fact, it would not be possible to do that, because you need you refer to the locales by name, and so the name has to be a valid J identifier, and so there is no character that can serve as a hierarchy separator except possibly the underscore. And as it happens, the underscore just does not work very well when you try and put a underscore in the name of your directory. So if I wanted to call if I wanted to call this UI underscore widget or whatever, ideally this would be like KVM UI underscore widget or something like that. That's just not possible. So I'm trying to be a good citizen and think about the future a little bit, and so anything that I try not to import things that wouldn't normally exist. So I do declare KVM as a global namespace, and if you explicitly import vid, you get vid, and if you explicitly import VT, you get VT, and if you explicitly import UI/list, you get that, and if you import UI, you get all of them. I don't know, I'm kind of rambling here. But that's the idea. I was trying to anticipate some hygiene if other people start using these things. I've only ever seen one other person use one is a demo account, a GitHub J module, and somebody else made a really cool turtle graphics library, which I didn't actually play with. I just kind of looked at their code to see how to make a module, and I've not seen any other examples of people actually using this yet. But there's 10 followers in here, 58 views, it says. People are interested in this stuff, and now that it's opened up a little more, I think people will start, over the years, start making stuff in J. So, all right, that's enough. I'll get off my soapbox there. Anyway, app. So I'm making a new class called UiApp. It doesn't really extend a class called KVM. It just KVM is the namespace that has the stuff in it that it needs, because it's going to make use of that loop. I'm also trying to architect this in a way that, again, if you're only interested in talking to the Windows console, you can just import VT. If you're only interested in, making your own event loop, and you don't want to use my widgets or whatever, you just import KVM, j-KVM. But if you want to use the framework, then you import UI, and then j-KVM/UI, and then you get all these UI classes imported. And so this creates a new namespace a new locale called UiApp. It adds KVM to that path, and that's the reason is because it's going to use that keyboard handler. And so, as it says, we've got an app is a collection of widgets. When we look at this thing here, MJE, the minimal J editor, I don't know what it's called right now. So this is a widget, this is a widget, this is a widget, this is a widget. So we got 4 widgets here. Actually, this is 2 widgets. So we've got a widget showing the history of the REPL, and then there's a hidden widget right here, and right here, I guess one of these lines has the editor where you animate, and I think if I press E, maybe, yeah, E gives me another widget on top of this widget where I'm editing I'm editing the current line, and it's meant to be interactive and have a cursor, and I don't see the cursor, so. I don't know why it's not drawing the cursor, but you can see I'm editing stuff, and you can see I use a Dvorak keyboard. Okay. I don't want to save this. I don't have undo yet. Okay. I was talking about app. This. Well, actually, I want that repo. All right. So I guess I was looking at what the editor was here. It's a little easier to read, I guess. Yeah, so W is my list of widgets. So we saw that there are all those widgets on the screen. They all have their own X, Y coordinates. They have a implicit Z ordering based on that. Why is IJS the J extension Iverson J software? I don't know. I no idea. Actually, I've seen there are like there's like an IJT file for like maybe projects or something. I don't remember exactly, but so I think it's. I don't know what the I stand. Iverson probably. J source. I almost want to say that J software used to be called like Iverson Software Systems or something. I don't know. Yeah, you would think it would just be .j, but it's not. So whatever. That's just how it is. It's been that way since the dawn of time, and it's probably not going to change. Okay, so yeah, so F is so when we say a list of widgets, what we're actually talking about is it's an array containing boxes, and each one of those boxes contains a number. Yeah, DOS had 3. Well, you could have 1, 2, or 3 characters in DOS though. So I mean, like C had .c. Originally Iverson Software Inc. Yeah. So anyway, so an application is a list. You know, it has widgets. So okay, so just let me just recap what this does. Whenever you use equal with a colon there, rather than so there's 2 kinds of assignments. There's with a dot. Is going to make a local variable local to this function, and with a colon, it makes it's not a global variable, it's a locale variable. So a variable in the locale, which is called, which is a number, because when this is run, remember it's going to be inside that. It's being run by Konu. So it's being run here. So we have W for some object is being, is the result of calling Konu and co-create and co-insert and all that stuff. It returns that object. You've got the object now, and it's going to call the create function. And because of this $_W, because it's assigned to a local variable within Konu, it's assigned to the variable W. So now it's executing create inside the locale, inside that object, inside that object's namespace. And so when you make this kind of assignment with the colon, the 2 options are this, which would be local to this function, this verb, and would disappear as soon as that was done, as soon as the constructor was done. So that would be a temporary variable, and then this is inside the object. So this is a member variable of that object, and so now the object has its own copy of W. Which would overwrite whatever W is in KVM, which is undefined. There isn't one, but it would just insert it into that namespace. So then F is whatever the first one is. That's the focus. So it's you can think of these as references to list a box. You can think of as a reference to an object, like a pointer. They're a pointer in the sense that they actually are pointers physically, but they're also, like in this particular case, a box with a number in it acts as a reference to an object. it is a pointer to a string, or is a pointer to an array that has the number in it. But that number is itself a reference in the J world to the locale number. If it's number 1, it's locale number 1 or whatever. Okay. I hope that's making sense. I'm not like over explaining this. I don't know how confusing this is. All right. So here we are passing in empty strings to these 3 buffers. So these are the it is this left argument, even though it's empty, is what's triggering the call to the constructor for the vid. So I'm constructing 3 video buffers that are just empty. Actually, they wind up being by default they wind up being the size of the screen. We saw that some time ago. And the idea is that, okay, so we have a canvas for widgets. So we're going to have one canvas that is like a scratch pad that we pass around to each widget. So as soon as I need to draw widget number X or widget X, I'm going to resize C to be the size of X, the size of that widget. I'm going to push it onto the stack, and then tell the widget to draw itself. And then now it's going to draw to that buffer. And then I'm going to take that and I'm going to, there's an operation that composes these buffers called blit that's or a stamp or something like that. It stamps buffer C onto buffer B. And so C is, each widget draws to C gets resized and cleared out each time for each little widget that needs to refresh, and there's it's right here, right? So for each widget, so of is fetching this is inspecting the V. So V and R are both 1-letter variables on a widget. V is whether it's visible, R is whether it needs to be refreshed. So if it's both visible and in need of a refresh for each one of these widgets, so this is the widget. This says of is this verb up here that takes the left argument, which is the name you want to extract, and then the rank 0 says to use the individual characters. So I want the V and the R. I don't want one thing called VR. And then the underscore is infinity. So this right here is the rank of this verb of, and so it's saying operate on each one of these and then operate on the entirety of W. So basically for each of the widgets, which again, this is a box of numbers corresponding to the references to the widgets, look at that namespace and extract the V and extract the R. And so you get those are both bits, so you're going to get a 2 by length of W matrix of these things. No, you're going to get it'll look like the width, and then there'll be 2 rows, and then you and between those 2 rows, you get 1 row, which is it's a bit mask. Where the zeros indicate the widget does not need to be redrawn, the ones indicate the widget needs to be redrawn, and then this selects the widgets that need to be. This makes that number of copies. So it takes the list of widgets and then it zeroes out. It makes one copy if it needs to be redrawn, 0 copies if it doesn't need to be withdrawn, and so you wind up with a list of widgets that need to be redrawn. Then for each one of those, you define a variable called W. You push the term. You start writing to C. You figure out what again, same trick. You take the height and width of W, and you set the height and width of C using that. You render W, and you pass the render function. The render method takes an argument that says whether or not it currently has the focus, in case you want to you draw it differently if it has the focus. Like draw a cursor or something like that. So if the focus is W, so remember we have a reference to focus is the reference to a widget, and you're drawing a current widget. So if those two are the same, then you're drawing the one with the focus. So then render that, and then when you're done, we pop the C off the list of terminal, off the terminal stack, and then we blit C onto B at the coordinates of the widget. So the widget remembers the coordinates. C gets the widget draws itself onto C, and then we copy that buffer onto the final buffer. Then okay, I showed this earlier. I think I was demonstrating code or pointing out code earlier that did not do what I said it was doing. So I'm sorry about that. So here is where we are looking at the current. We're comparing those two buffers. So we've got the alt buffer, and we're doing double buffering. And so for each row, so we're taking all those buffers. So we look at the entire two-dimensional background of A. Each set, it's a two-dimensional array where each cell has a background color. So look at the background for A, look at the background for B, compare those two, and you get this is not equal. This is XOR, not equal. So any place there's a difference between the last screen and the new screen, there's going to be a 1 in that field, and if they were the same, it's a 0. And then same thing for the foreground, and same thing for the characters. So if any one of those three things changed in a cell, so once you so this is XOR or not equal. So it's not equal. So it takes any two things and returns a bit. So it winds up being like XOR. And then now we've got OR in between these. So all of this together gives you a single two-dimensional bitmap that shows a 1 any place where the foreground, background, or color or character has changed inside the video buffer since the last time we rendered the application. And so now we loop through that list, we loop through all the rows, and then if there, so I takes a bitmap, or I is an interesting thing, but when you give it a bitmap of zeros and ones, it returns the indices of the ones. And so the length of those indices, so if there are no ones in the row, if it's all zeros, yeah, if it's all zeros and you pass I to it, then here. That tells you the indices of the ones. That tells you the how many ones there were. If they're all 0, you get 0. So if that is not a 0, if the length is not 0, then we go through and for each character. For each character, or for each, sorry. If anything has changed on that row, we move the cursor to the left side of the screen on that row, and then we're going to drill down and figure out the difference between no, sorry, I'm again hallucinating what my code says. This says this is just it just flat out renders that line. So it draws the lines that have changed. This is where I want to do this same loop here for the individual lines, and just only edit those, only output the individual characters that have changed, because these are long bits of strings. Okay, all makes sense. Is that faster than using a sum? I don't know if it's faster. That's a good point. This could very well be. I think it's fast enough. It's how I thought of it. But yeah, that's. You could, in fact, you could even say if or across the row. That keeps the sum as bits. So yeah, any one of those would work. That's probably the more, you could pronounce this as any, right? This thing. So the or between each one of those things would be any. I think that's probably a more natural way of expressing it. So thank you, Rack. Okay. Anyway, so what this does, FGVT is, I think that's it changes, it bypasses the whole stack thing and no, I know what it is. It's the, this is building a string. So this is we're at the point where we're now rendering it to the actual terminal. So we're not talking to a buffer, and so we have to construct the string of escape codes that will cause the colors and text that we want to appear. And this is bad for this is incredibly inefficient because what it's doing is it's for every single character, it's generating the escape code for the foreground, the background, and the string. Like if the color doesn't change between characters, like that, you should not produce that many copies of the same escape code, especially when it's I don't know, if you want like to make it bright white in 24-bit color, it winds up being like, so whatever the escape character is, which is like this, and then there's this, and then there's I think it's like something like, I don't remember exactly, but it's like 40, and then there's a 2 to indicate that it's going to be a 24-bit color, and then 255, 255, 255 for white, and then an M. So to make X, the letters XX in a row when they're both white, it's worse than that because you've also got a 30 here for the background, so you've got like a 0 here so this is black on white, white on black. I might have this wrong, but something along these lines. This is what it's generating to produce the letter X. And so if I have 2 X's in a row, it does that, and 3 X's, it does that. So it's incredibly inefficient, and so that's why I'm limiting. This is limiting it to only doing the rows that need to change. But it turns out this is fast enough that I just haven't bothered to do the equivalent of this logic for the individual rows. So that's something that needs to be done, which is why we have this to do here. And then at the end of it, now that we've drawn the screen, so we copy B to the scratch buffer so that we can compare it next time, and then hopefully not too much changes on the screen, and you can get a pretty good. It feels very responsive to me already without doing that. So like here, every one of those key presses, it's going through that whole process and redrawing lots and lots of stuff on the screen. So it's actually pretty responsive. If I hold down the key, it takes maybe 1 second for it to stop scrolling after I let up the key, and there's no there's nothing interrupting the process or whatever. It's drawing every single one of those screens in between. It doesn't skip any frames. So even though it's incredibly inefficient and generating all these ridiculous number of escape codes, it's good enough so far. So I just haven't gotten around to fixing it. Okay, I think we're pretty close to the point where I intended to write some code here today. I just found out talking this whole time, but I'm having fun, but I think I'm ready to jump in and work on the editor. So this might be a good time to stop and ask if anyone has any questions or anything before I go on. Switch gears. I'm gonna pause for a second here. What did I change? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so I've got some uncommitted changes here. Questions? There's a chat box, so feel free to. Yes. I'm guessing there aren't any questions, but I'm going to check in my code here. So let's see. GS is get status, so UI get diff. So I'm actually going to put that in, and I'm going to test it to make sure it works. All my all my editors are done, so this should work. I should be comfortable saving that. Not sure what I changed the row here, so let's see what I can change. So just double check this works. All that nonsense that just scrolled by, that was error debug messages where it's parsing the .org file. So that the app seems to be working. So as expected, that did not break anything. It was foolish of me to comment it out. Default render for UI, default render for widget. Widget. What do we have? UiApp. I don't know if this is good practice, but I've taken to putting the file name on every little thing I change. Clarify. What do you call it? Clarify when any row that is changed. Any row is changed. UI edit.ijs. This is something I've done earlier. So previously I had 256 colors. I only supported 256 colors for my code. So 8 is the color for dark gray. In fact, the first of the 256 colors are the ASCII or the ANSI colors that I've known since that we used on the Turbo Pascal DOS days, the DOS VGA video buffer days. So color 8 was bright black. So 0 is black, and then 8 plus the number gives you the bright version. So 8 is dark gray. 7 is light white. 7 is light gray, and then 15 is white. Anyway, so this is saying black on dark gray. This is saying the editor should be dark gray or light gray on dark gray. But then I switched it to an even darker gray because what I did was when I switched to allowing 24-bit color, the number 8 would be the hex number for 00000. So it would be a very, very dark shade of blue, as with 7. And so I made up the convention that if it's a negative number, then we use the palette, and if it's a positive number, then we treat it as a 24-bit RGB code. So like the hex codes that you would see in CSS or whatever. So that's what's changed there. So again, there's like cursor colors, and I had this flag from the old days about whether you like cleared out the background. Now that we've got widgets, we don't need that. And then I was being cheeky, and I had a command. So forward and backward, move the cursor forward and backward, or did. And so now forward and back, move the cursor forward and backward, and forward and backward, move the cursor backwards by to the next word. That code looks like gibberish to me too, but I know what it means. When I take a minute to parse it, C is increase the cursor by 1. So this is increase the cursor by 1. So C equals 1 plus C. and then r equals 1, we need to refresh. And you're doing that if the minimum of C, the minimum of the smallest cursor, because this is a array language, you can have multiple cursors in your thing for free. If the greatest cursor is less than the length of the buffer, meaning you're not at the end of the buffer, then advance the cursor and mark the thing as being in need of a refresh. So all of this is what like all of the commands they're just like assignments to C and B and R and stuff. So B is you're editing the buffer, R is you need a refresh, and so on. So it's really terse and kind of ugly code, but I guess I tend to work on things one line at a time, and then pack them up into a word, and then I say, okay, that's the word, and if I need to go back and edit this, I can do what I just did and stop and step through it. But I don't sit there and read this. I just say, okay, forward, and it's something, and then if I need to know what it is, I'll go look at it. Have I seen Whitney's edit.k? Yes. So Arthur Whitney is the Arthur. He's the Arthur of K-fame. He's the author of K as well, and he wrote an editor. I don't have the link to it, but if you want to post the link to the thing, I'll pull it up on the screen here, so that people can see it. But yeah, he was writing in K is a language very much like J. I use K at work. I work as a K developer, and Arthur has written multiple implementations of K over the years. And at one point, a few years ago, he was working on a new an operating system called KOS. And the UI framework in KOS appears to be something where where it has something like a wait for. Yeah, sorry, here it is. Copy. Thank you, Rack. Copy link. So I didn't study this very closely. Oh, come on. Do I have Emacs here? I have something that renders K. VS Code. Right, let me make sure I'm not. Okay, that's safe. I don't want to put anything from work up on the screen. Where did it go? It's in my editor, so I need to. Yes, I use Bing. They pay you, so why not? You get free Amazon points. That's a plug. This show is sponsored by Microsoft. So it's not really. Open. Oh, of course you can't open it because it's. Okay. Sorry. Downloads. Oh, it did. I'm surprised that it opened that in Notepad. Okay. So anyway, we got Notepad. This is how Arthur looks at it anyway. So here's the code for this editor in K for chaos. Sorry for blinding everybody with this white screen all of a sudden, but it looks like I've never used this system. Every time he writes K, he completely rewrites how the systems work. How the primitives work, and I mean they bear some similarity and whatnot, but they're different languages. In the K I'm used to, this is a global variable. I believe it is some kind of. I believe this is setting this thing up almost like a macro, so that like S is when you refer to the variable S, it's going to be a view of this expression. So if you ask for S, it like dynamically evaluates this. I'm not sure. I don't know. Then again, this says edit and set, so I don't know. But the point is, what I was going to get at, what I do know about this is that the UI framework seems to just recognize that a function named CO corresponds to control O, and so this is the key handler for the open command for when you hit control O. It says key and return, so I don't have any idea what that means. U is undo, update, and edit. I don't know. I didn't study this. I didn't study this terribly much, but Yeah, you know, I'll paste the URL here, so it's for posterity. Maybe copy link. It's that. It's kparc.com/edit.k. And so maybe somebody can go back and compare. So okay, so I have backspace. I don't have open because I'm not doing that. I don't have save delete. I have no idea what any of these things are. Page up, page down. That's the scroll. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and interpret this right now. Cuts, begins, but I was kind of looking to see if I need copy and paste. So my to-do list for today is I basically need to add I have some code for syntax highlighting J. I need to add that to the editor. One second, something is beeping at me. I think my wife has a Google phone on her computer and somebody is calling it right now. Nothing I can do about that, so sorry. That worked. Okay, so what I was going to say is that my to-do list, basically I need to implement copy, paste, and then I need to hook all the commands that I've already got up to the keyboard, to the keyboard, and then I want to record the keyboard commands and along with their timings. So that's kind of the goal I'm working on, that I'm trying to to actually do today. And so cut, copy, and paste is useful, but U at 9, this means nothing to me. So that's a symbol. So UCC, what is U? U is this verb. I write K at work every single day, but this does not look like the K I use. Like he just even in K, he has a very terse style. You can see even in my J code, I try. I'm not a purist when it comes to the array style of programming. I treat J as and K as a scripting language that just happens, like a conventional scripting language that has loops and if statements and all that, but just happens to have a huge set of really interesting operators that can be, and things like forks and trains and stuff that can be, composed in interesting ways. And so it's, I often work directly in the REPL. In fact, that's the whole point of this. The thing the editing tool that I have is all about making, the thing I'm trying to make is all about recording what I do in the REPL and then being able to copy it to the editor. So I do work in the editor on one line quite a bit, and I build up these big expressions, but I tend to give them, I try to give things more meaningful names than just one letter. I give like variables names, like R being the flag to refresh and stuff like that. I'm fine with that, but when it comes to like verbs, I'm a little much less terse than Arthur is. Arthur is he's in a class of his own. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, so I did not study this all that much. I don't really know. I don't really know what this double colon means. It's a global assignment. No, it isn't. It's a double colon in the K I use K3 at work, and that's a well, it's not anything. It would be at my work. K would be it would be an assignment to S is something like this. I think actually it is. It's this would be like something like assigning to the namespace in the K3 has this namespace concept, but also you can use it like this, and then you would say like x equals 1. It's a case statement. Then if x equals 1, then 5. If else is x equals 3, then 2 or something like that, and you get a case statement. So normally when I see this, it's that. But this is this is a dialect of K that I do not understand, so I have not even tried to. I mean, it's described on kparc.com, but I just haven't bothered to do it because I don't have a copy of kparc and I didn't try to run it. So, yeah, it's a. I do know that, you know, like a view is this notion that it's assigning a string, so that when you ask for the value of like s here, it's whatever this expression evaluates to. But it's not clear to me why here this is what scroll is, and then when you set s, it does this. I mean, you would think these two would be very similar to each other, but I don't know. Maybe they are when you unpack all the definitions and whatnot, but I don't know. Yeah, it's like a macro. The double colon is like a macro in this dialect of K. I think that if John Ernest wrote this tool called OK, and I want to say that he was using this version of that, but I don't remember him implementing macro views in OK. So I don't know how you would play with this. Maybe Shakti has this. I don't know. Now I'm kind of curious if I'm way off topic here. John Ernest. I worked with John at the office. He doesn't work there anymore, but he's a really smart guy. I don't know. The OK interpreter. He's walked me through the code for this, but I don't know that I could find the. I don't know that I could quickly find the. You would think there'd be like a double colon in here. Maybe the word view. Oh, view. Wow. Oh, okay. So we got views. So okay. So if you want to play with views, you can use OK. I did not know that. Now I'm going to have to play with OK some more. I think NJNK is also this dialect of K, which is somewhere in here. These are all my bookmarks for. For things to talk about in my JTalks series. So anyway, NJN.k or NJN/K on codeberg.org is another K interpreter, which I believe has a very similar. I've never tried this, but I believe it has a very similar concept of K as to what this what we just saw in that edit.k. But I don't know that either one of those of these two things have the UI framework where it. But it doesn't have views. Okay. Double colon changes its meaning here. It no longer means view, but set global. Set global is what I'm used to being in K3. Yeah. Anyway, it says I'm connecting to chat. Maybe my internet is down. Hello. Well, I can refresh the page and see. Hello? Okay, my chat is down, but it seems like I'm still streaming, so hopefully it'll come back in a minute. Maybe they're having issues. Oh, I was going to spam the Twitter, so give me a second here. I'm going to spam. See what I'm doing. I was going to remind people that this is still going on. Still streaming JLang about the action and talking about code for 2 hours. Wow. About to start actually coding. Okay, this has been fun. I am not normally this focused. Kind of nice. Although I haven't accomplished anything, but it's been interesting to load back in my head. Yeah, thanks for following me. Oh yeah. One of these days, I'm going to make a video about the collapse. All right, we're off topic. Okay. So I've talked about this. I've talked about like that's pretty much it. Those lines. That's pretty much it for the the application framework. It's really just draw a bunch of widgets. You would think there would be something in here that says do the event loop and bind the keys to whatever the current widget thinks of as keys, whatever the hotkeys are for the current widget. That does not exist yet. So this is a work in progress, and so I think my application code probably has the still streaming. My application code has that dispatch. So we'll take a look at that in a second. Oh, actually, we don't need to take a look at it. I'll show you. We'll go back to the exact code that I'm using for the. I gotta close some windows here. For the for the mini editor, it just shows that editor on the screen. So I'm gonna get rid of this. J-repl. So let's look at the code for this. So I want to join 4 and switch these around. I don't need a big screen for this one, so and I can do repl packages. Okay. Okay. So if you've been following along now, you should hopefully have at least gotten some exposure to what happens when you say load KVM. So you're loading this terminal library and specifically the UI. Probably this might actually be redundant. I don't know why you have to load both of them. Maybe you don't. It's fine. You would think the UI depends on KVM, so you probably have to. But it doesn't, so we'll leave that for now and clean it up later. All right, so we load the base KVM thing, the UI thing. This needs to be cleaned up, and then j-lex is the lexing and syntax highlighting thing that I made. J-lex. I was going to put it back. And editor. Shameless self-promotion here. Okay. So j-lex takes, it works like cut. So there's a verb that comes with j called cut. It's a primitive, and you pass in a string, and you get this. But what cut by itself would not include these spaces. And so if you're writing an editor, you want to use this for tokenizing. Yeah. Yeah. So we can look at the code for this. So I'm going to make a whole video about this at some point. But all it does is it's the idea is that we're going to cut it on lines. So strip out. So this is an idiom for cutting on lines. So you strip out this is Y without the CR the carriage return character, leaving line feeds if you have a Windows thing. So then once you've got that, then you cut it on the LF character. You've now got a list of boxed strings for each line, one box per line. This flips the it has the effect of flipping the arrays, or it adds an extra axis to the array, so it becomes, instead of a one-dimensional list of boxes, it becomes a two-dimensional list of boxes, so that when you look at it, it displays vertically in the j-repl. And we're doing this only if we've been passed in a string. And so now the intent is that Y is now a list of boxes containing one string per line, and then for each one of those lines, we're going to call jcut. Yeah. So Rack is saying that if jcut removes, I mean, if the cut removes the spaces, you could do some progressive index. So here's jcut for t for the token in the cut of y for each token. I'll just read the comments. If there's a white space before the first match, shift prefix into w. So this is assigning w, and so we're we have we've got tokens. We've got one box each. These are not very good comments, is it? I can see what this is doing. We've got y. We're taking the prefix and the suffix, and now that creates a box with this with the prefix and box with the suffix. So you take some and you drop some. This is a fork. So t is the length of the prefix, and then append that to this thing we're building. So we're building this is a list of a colon is an empty box, and so this is a empty list of boxes, and so now we are appending w to this list at each step, and so we're going through into there probably is a much cleaner way to write this, but it's fast and it works, and I don't care. So I wrote this a long time ago, and I was not intending to write it for publication. I was just trying to get my slides on the screen and make them syntax highlighted and whatever. And so all of this is kind of clunky. In fact, I'm not really proud of this code at all. Also, in this directory over here, what I'm preparing kind of for publication as a video is I've got this thing called parser combinators, where I'm actually building parsers in J, and I was going to do it right, and then have it compiled down to like regular expressions, or even using the sequential machine primitive in J, which is kind of J's way of building a tokenizer or regular expression or whatever. In fact, it's the dyadic form of cut. Of this cut verb. The dyadic form takes this weird big data structure that describes like all the rules for how you want to tokenize a language, and the monadic case just defaults. It just builds that. It fills in that data structure for the J language. Anyway, and then so I use the regular expression thing to like pick out all the keywords and is it an identifier? Is it a what are these things? And then if it's a name, I wind up tagging them with these little with one character for each token, and so when so jcut does the cut with the white space, and then jtype goes through and fills in these little codes. Yeah, whilst is my favorite keyword in J. Whilst, the mnemonic for whilst is it's a while loop, but you skip the test. So it's you skip the first the test the first time. So it's a do while. So it's a do, and then with the while at the bottom, in C or I don't think JavaScript has it, but in C you can say, or in Pascal you have a repeat until, and you have the test at the bottom. And so whilst is that is also my favorite keyword in J, probably. Okay, so I've actually used it at certain points, but I don't have a good example handy. Anyway, so we do some pattern matching here, and then I think this is. I have something somewhere that if you give it a primitive word in J, it knows how to it knows how to figure out what it is. So case Oh, select. Oh, so we're doing type. So it uses type. So we assign O is equal to the string, and then we evaluate that string. So we actually evaluate each token one at a time. So that, we don't have any weird side effects because we don't do anything. It's just one token. So you get back the verb that the name refers to, or the whatever that it refers to. Oh, okay. So yeah. So we construct the string O is equal to that, whatever the token is, and then we evaluate that, which causes O to be assigned inside this function, and then we take the string, the character O, put it in a box, and pass it to type, which now type takes a name and looks in the current namespace and figures out and returns a code, or it returns a string telling you what type that thing is. And so from the token, we can now tell, is it a noun, is it a verb, is it a conjunction of, J tells you this. All right, bye. Good to see you. You can do, yeah. So yeah, I'll record this. So, or this is being recorded. So assuming that works, I'll post this to yeah, I said I don't syntax highlight names just because it looks weird. So the very first thing is I tell it to if it is a name, then I just color it as an identifier. Although the special names, the X, Y, M, N, and X, Y, U, V, M, and N are marked as specials. But otherwise, if it's a name, I don't color code it, and just because it looked weird. It actually could figure it out, and I was doing that for a while. It just looked weird, so I don't do that. But yeah, you could absolutely do that. Although it would also, you would have to be careful because for example, if you happen to be is space and then you had a noun called is space, well this verb is going to see the it's going to see it's going to see the word in its own path, lookup path. So you'd have to play with namespaces and make sure you know exactly what locale you're looking at. So I didn't mess with that. And also just there's enough colors on the screen in my slides, so I tried to make them look tried to make it look pretty. And then somewhere else I think in the toke file here I have like all the colors that they map to, and so this is my style sheet. So this is now extending that lexer with it's using that lexer with the editor. So toke was meant to be a token-centric. I'm gonna make this bigger. Token-centric editor component. So I've kind of like started with this idea of making a token-based editor, and like so a token-based editor meaning like it has some awareness of the syntax, and you'd be able to like move back and forth by numbers of tokens, and maybe even beyond single tokens, but like maybe even be able to like move like an entire train left and right, or move a anything in parentheses left and right, or select the whole thing. I don't know. It's kind of a vague idea, but like I find that when I'm in the REPL and I'm working, I often like will make a typo or like delete the wrong character or misbalance parentheses, and it's really hard for me to recover from that. You look in the REPL history for me, and I'll have like normal line, a small change, and then it's like 15 lines of syntax errors as I'm trying to recover, and it's just silly. And so a syntax highlighting in the REPL I think would change that a lot, and but even that happens even in the JQT where the REPL is syntax highlighted for me, and also so syntax highlighting would help, but I think the ability to move to navigate in a structured based way would help a lot. And so that's kind of why I want this kind of modal editor concept where I'm not exactly sure what it's going to look like yet. I don't have a prototype or spec or anything. It's kind of a long-term goal. I kind of bit off more than I could chew, and I realized I didn't really have a spec for it, so I backed off a little bit. But the idea was that, just as we've got a we've got a buffer, a string, a word, a token editor for like the single word you're typing would be the what am I trying to say? Earlier I showed that the line editor and the buffer editor are the same thing. They both have a cursor for the list of lines and a cursor for the characters in the line, and they're just two editors stuck together. There was the idea was there was a third editor here, so you would have a editor for the current token, an editor for or an editor for the current text that you're typing in before it's tokenized, within the context of tokens that have already been tokenized, have already been parsed and put in their own little boxes or whatever. So you've got like a box that you're now editing that is freeform text, and then you hit a button and it turns into tokens. I don't know. So then there would be three editors. So the word editor, the line editor, and then the buffer editor. And so that's what this was kind of meant to do. And then so the token editor works on a structure like this, where you've got these tagged tokens, and you're moving your cursor back and forth in between these, and then the line, the editor, the text editor would be a list of these, or a list of this inner box. This is a list of, it's a list of containing one of them. So that's kind of what the intent was. But for today, I've realized that making a real token editor, a syntax-directed editor, is not a quick and dirty thing. It's not something I'm going to knock out in an afternoon, because there's a lot of design work that I need to think through and figure out how to use the thing. And so I'm skipping that middle layer, and I'm just line as a string, and I'm going to just tokenize it on the fly and do that, because this is a tool I'm using to make videos. I want to make more videos, and this is blocking me and has been blocking me for some time. So that's where I'm at. Let's see. I'm going to just take a second here, see who else in here. I see a lot of new names I haven't recognized, so welcome everybody. Looks like we got 9 viewers in here. Thanks everybody for showing up. Feel free to ask questions, and I'm going to start trying to write this. Oh, I guess I'll just finish talking about this. So Ed is making an editor for a line. There's no distinction between a list of boxes and a list of characters, or even a list of numbers. And an editor is an editor for an array, and whatever the items that array are, that's what you've got. But in this case, I'm using a string. So ed is a UI edit widget. If it's not, you do need the one thing that makes a difference is render. Render has to know the type, because drawing boxes is different from drawing strings or whatever. But right now, that one method, the render method, is specific. It's only going to work for characters. So I can't draw lines yet. I can't draw more than one line yet. But that's just a matter of overriding the render method. And so there's probably going to be like this is probably going to have like, there's probably going to be like a second widget that just overrides that one method. Anyway, so we create a variable called app, which for whatever reason I'm sticking in the z locale. I'm not sure why I did that. Might have been transitory, something where I needed to refer to app over time. Oh, maybe because I think I've got some namespace issues I haven't really thought through on KVM. So loop KVM is running. Basically, it's going to all right, so ed is an object. That the parameters to loop KVM are a verb on the left, which is what you do on every tick. Serious yak shaving going on. Want to make videos. Dash dash dash. Have to write my own text editor. Yes, yes, it is. I realized sometime recently that I could have made this a. I could probably do what I want to do just using the macro recorder in Emacs or something like that. But you know, my hope is that at some point these will be. You know, I get to talk about the editor on a video, so this will be a video at some point. Yeah. So okay. Yeah, but I do have that problem. That's where that gives you a hint for where the name Tangent Storm comes from. I'm always off on a tangent somewhere. Okay. So we create this thing called ed. So here this is the constructor. So we remember an app contains a list of widgets. So ed is a widget, and the comma makes it a list. So now we have a list of widgets that we pass to the constructor of UiApp. So that gives us app. And I now realize that the Z is to make sure that render is happening, so that when okay, so let me just go down the list. So this is the coordinates of the editor. So there are 3 spaces to the right and at the 0 at the top. So that's the indentation for the REPL. B, the buffer, is this string. So this is the buffer that we are editing. I believe I can actually pass this to ed, but it doesn't in the constructor. In fact, I think that's how that ought to be how it works. That ought to be the parameter to ed, right? Is b, yeah, b equals y. So yeah, this could easily be the text that I'm editing, but it doesn't matter because it's cramming all that into into this little expression up here. It's kind of nice to have it on its own line. Anyway, so those I've positioned the widget at this point on the screen. I filled it with text, and now I am running this loop, which again, this probably needs to be. This is not the final form, but like this is how you put the pieces together right now, and so this is saying, okay, we've made a UI edit widget. We've gotten back a reference to that widget, so it's a box with a number in it. We're going to unbox it. I say it's a number. Give me a second. Ed. So ed is the number 0. If I unbox it, and I put 7 next to it, is it a number or a string? Yeah. Okay. It's a string containing a 0. Okay, that makes more sense. So it's a numeric string. And okay, so this is cool. Co-current ed. You can actually just go in there and you can see all the names. You can see all the variables. So xy should be 30, right? Because that's what the code said, and then b should be that string, and the sp is it puts a space. I don't know where that came from. Maybe from ed, right? That actually looks like it's. Okay, I don't know where that came from. That shouldn't be there, but it's certainly not a local variable to that thing. But we'll find it probably at some point. But yeah, so the arguments to loop KVM are a namespace on the right, and the namespace contains, finally closing the circle here, contains the keyboard handlers. So when we were looking at the edit.k from Arthur Whitney, that's the one thing I stole. I didn't use his exact naming convention, but I liked that idea. That was the one thing kparc.com edit.k, right? Stupid. Whatever, you get the idea. It's I don't know why I'm even showing this again, but if anyone missed it, then you know he has these little keyboard. You define functions directly, and they tell you what the so this is Control F, this is Control D, and so on. And so I took that same idea. I made it a little bit more verbose. And so this is Control M. So yeah, so K being the prefix for a key. K underscore ASC is any ASCII character. So if you get an ASCII character that doesn't have its own handler, then just insert that character. Control D deletes, Control H backspace, Control A beginning of line, Control E end of line, so on. And then one of the last things I did last time I worked on this was I added support for alts. So Control B, Control F is forward. This is Emacs bindings, and then Alt F should go backwards, but it does not. It's not working. Okay. Maybe that's where I left off. I don't know. So if we look at KVM, that has the keyboard handler. Oh, yeah, I was actually on that line right there. Although that's probably a coincidence. Okay, so we can start here. This is ugly. This is the keyboard handler. This is the dispatch mechanism for keyboards, where I am mapping every possible terminal code to, every possible key code to a name. And you also can tell your terminal to give you mouse coordinates as mouse input as keyboard input. Like you tell the terminal that you want to read the mouse coordinates and mouse events as you move the mouse and you click, all that stuff, as keyboard inputs. And so they all come in with the same escape codes that you put out, or the same style of escape codes that you put out to make colors and move the cursor around. You get those escape codes back telling you that it was a mouse event, or when you ask for the size and shape of the terminal, you get these escape codes back. And so I've gone through and done the work for figuring out what all the arrow keys are, and page up, page down, all the function keys and shifted function keys. The convention is really weird. I don't know why there are all these gaps, and then F11 is the same as Shift F1. Who knows why? But here, the way what I believe happens is that when I press Alt B, it is exactly the same as pressing Escape and then B. And in fact, that's the case in Emacs. I always learn to press the Escape key and then X or something like that, and it gives you this meta-X at the bottom. Well, if you just press Alt X, you get the same thing. But a lot of old some old keyboards didn't have the Alt key, and so and also you start running into once you add all the control keys and so on, you have more. You don't have enough space in a byte to store every possible keystroke, including the control characters and whatnot. So the ASCII characters, the ASCII character set has regular characters, lowercase characters, uppercase characters, and then they have these things called control codes. So the space is ASCII character number 32, and everything 0 through 31 are they're called control codes. So like Control J, I believe, is the line feed character, and they line up with the alphabet. So ASCII code 0 is what you get if you hit Control Space. ASCII code 1 is what you get if you hit Control A, and then 2 is Control B, and so on, all the way through the alphabet. And then the last couple ones down here are what you get when you hit these keys, which are just the things that come after the lowercase letters or the uppercase letters on the in the ASCII character set. and these are meant as like record separators in the old days when you were shipping binary data back and forth. Anyway, they're called control codes, and so we've got control characters, we've got shift characters from uppercase, and just whatever printable character you get when you press a shift and a number, and all the punctuation marks. But that gives you 127 options there. But then if you want to do combinations of I guess with alt you could probably do you could fill in a byte there, but you could use a byte to encode the alt character as well. But once you start adding the non-ASCII characters like F1, the function keys and page up and page down and arrows and whatnot, you no longer have room to include all of those. So my understanding is that if you have a character, so if let's see, so we've got a character called looking at this code, we've got the K is the numeric code for the character that we're about to go through. We've got I've used this code right here to figure out which key has been pressed, and I've determined that in this case, if I'm pressing Alt X, it'll be the escape character followed by an X. So first I've got so first I select on, I use this does like a binary search on these bins to figure out which bin the character falls into. And then once I've done that, I have the bin numbers are these names right here. So I match the bin to the thing, and if it's in the escape bin, then by default, the simplest case is that the handler for this key is going to be called k_esc for escape. But yeah, there should be table there. Since terminals have different codings, but I'm just going with whatever my terminal gives me right now. So what you can do though, it's a speed thing. So at the moment that you press escape, if you're a natural typist and you just press escape, like I just did that in Emacs, and you saw there's like a pause. I'm going to do it again. Look at the bottom. Look right here. I'm pressing escape now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's like that pause there before it recognizes that it's an escape. Whereas any other key, like it immediately recognizes it. And that's the point. Escape, you have to, if you want to send the escape key to an application in the terminal, you have to account for that pause, because the escape character that you get when you press the escape key is the exact same escape character that you get when you when you press the arrow keys or the shift, the control keys. In fact, which is why, I mean, Emacs says it's built in by default, but if you press, I'm going to press escape B or escape F really quickly, as fast as I can, and it moved forward. And if I press escape and then wait 2 seconds and I press F again, it does the same thing, but first it recognized it as two separate keystrokes, whereas with this I'm doing it fast enough that it doesn't know that it's different from just pressing Alt F. All right, I'm rambling, but I hope that made sense to somebody. Anyway, so the point of that is that somewhere in here I have okay, so what I want to say is if at the very least, I want to say, okay, hang on. Okay, so if it's one of these are the keys that are being used for arrow up, arrow down, or whatever. I want to say if it's, okay, so 65 from the ASCII character set is A, so what is it, 97 is lowercase a. So I want 97 plus I26. That should give me the alphabet. So if it's in that range, if k is in this range, all right, then I want to do the alt thing. So these are all my special cases for whatever the next character is. But if it's a lowercase character, so here we're in the default case. This is this was between. This is my implementation of between, and that is a stupid way to implement between. And I had a much better way to implement between. It would just so this literally says. So I got the range on the left. I want to do the same thing for this range here. So all right, so if k is an element of this range, do else if that. So v name is equal to k, and what did I call it? I call it ka comma, and I want to append the character, so okay, so it would be take k out of the alphabet. I don't know if that made any sense at all. Okay, so our alt x comes in as escape comma x. So that should work. So so now if I hit, did not work. Okay, so I have some debug code down here, so let's see what's going on. I'll come back and finish this thought later. This is trying to find this number in this range, and I think that's a stupid way to do it. And I had a much better way, and I can remember what it is. Okay, so where's my debug? So this is my debug. Oh, here, look at that. So that's. How can I? Okay. Since I want to comment only, I only want to comment out one line. You know, this is part of the debug, the debug thing, the spurious code that showed up. It was meant to be commented out. So this is defining a verb named space, and you cannot then use this. You need to turn that verb into a noun if you want to put it on the same line as a bunch of stuff that happens afterwards. So once SP is defined, we can create a gerund out of it, which is what you know. This is the separator for gerunds, and then this is an empty list of gerunds, or an empty list period. So now I have one line here that should be my debug stuff. Okay, and what this does is it tells me what the letters are that I'm pressing. Okay, so if I press it does recognize that it's 27.0. Wait, is 27? Where is the 0 coming from? All right, so this annoys me. This is one of the few places where it's really inconvenient that J evaluates right to left when you have something sequential like this. So this is all backwards. So I want to echo a string, and these left identities are acting like. So really, this should be like if debug. I'm trying to be clever. if 0, if 1. So if 1, and then we'll make it f0 when we want to comment it out. If 1, not end. I just want if 1 do. Okay. So that now it's in forward mode. So let's start this over. All right. So when I press any key, it's telling me at the, it's telling me here. Here, why don't we see go to? We did have that now. So, whoops. So let's just put it, since we're at the top line, let's put it just like here somewhere. All right, there we go. So when I press any key, it's now going to tell me, see what it's doing. It's going to, I don't need that to be a gerund anymore. So it's going to go to this location. It's going to, first of all, this can be, and then it will never be in the local namespace. So it's going to go there. It's going to echo. This was something to make it flush, I believe. So put a. So this is function composition here. So put y, put the input as as a string. So this turns it y into a string. This renders it to the screen, and then sp is now putting a space to the screen. So it's the same as put c like that. It's just those two things are the same. Whatever. Yeah. And then put the name. So there should be two things, and then why is there a? And then this was the. All right, so you're seeing three fields. This is the first. The 8 is the key code for whatever I just pressed. So it's probably a tab, right? No, that's 9 is tab. So I'm pressing A. That's 97. Capital A would be 65, and so on. Then this is the number that it maps to, and then this. So this is the result of the function up here. So VN is the verb name that it maps to, and then the last one is the locale in which I am looking for that verb name. So the idea, so 0 is this editor, the locale defined by that editor object. And so the idea is that 0, that this editor should have a function called kbsp to handle the backspace key that I just pressed. Okay, hope that made sense. Let me see. All right, see you, Rack, if you're not already here. Pro tip, view source before URL doesn't auto-download. There must be a better way to do it, but that seems to do. That's a good point. Really got to go now as late as possible to see you. This is a very interesting thing. Oh, glad to have you here. And I still have 6 viewers here, and I'm still working on my code, so I'm going to just keep streaming. And if people show up, they show up. And if you just want to listen to me drone on about J, then great. I'm going to edit this at some point. My plan was that I was going to take this. I think Twitch deletes the code after. Sorry, it deletes your stream after like 14 days. So I'm simultaneously recording it here. I'm probably going to upload it to YouTube unedited, and then probably also, if I have time, go through and make a highlights of this thing. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. This is the first time I've ever done it. So it says there are 6 people still here. So you guys aren't talking, but I'll talk to you. And yeah. Okay. I'm actually gonna just gonna. You know what? I'm gonna take a break and get some water here. So I'm gonna put a little notepad up that says I will be back in 5. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a water, run to the restroom, and I will come right back. Thanks. Okay, I'm back. All right. Oh, we have 7 viewers now, so whoever just came in, welcome. It doesn't give me a notification, so I don't know who I'm welcoming, but welcome. Let's see. Okay, so my problem is that I'm currently debugging. I'm trying to capture Alt key press, so I'm trying to capture Alt B, and instead it is mapping to the escape key, which is partially correct. So pressing Alt B, what should happen is that you get the escape key, and then it. This function is way too long, but it's executing this. If the key is pressed, it's. I think I'm outside of this. No. If the key is pressed, if a key is pressed after the escape, then if it's if it's this character, the left bracket character, then that's part of the CS I forget what CSI stands for, but it's part of the escape sequence for sending mouse events and whatnot. Okay. I almost never write code this long. I hate it when code is this long. But that's where I'm at right now. So I'm in the wrong place. All right, so I put this inside. So this is the code I want to run, but it's only executing when we immediately see an escape key, the left bracket key. So it's not an escape code. So we want to here. So if the key is in the range of 97 through I-26, so if it's a lowercase letter, so if you have an escape followed by a B, that should be Alt B. That's how Alt B should look. Then you get this, and then else if it's this weird character, then that. Oh, but also good thing I missed that. So we want this. So it's the second key is what we want. K2. So if a key is pressed, so K is the escape key. If there's a key immediately following that, then we're in here and we're going to read that key. We're going to call it K2. And if K2 is an element of the alphabet, then then take that letter. So we want to construct the KA underscore and then the letter. And so Alt B should be KA underscore B for key Alt B. So if that works, Alt B. There we go. KB. So some minor success here. Okay, so that's what I wanted. So I'm going to go back to Git and I'm going to check that in because I forgot to check that code. So Git GD J-KVM. And we got to turn the debugger off because we don't want that everywhere. So 0. Debugger key press debugger. Okay. So git commit J-KVM, and that is handle alt keys correctly, or alt plus letter correctly. Still got a long way to go through the other magic keys. Okay, and then what is this? What have I changed in UI edit? Change some colors. It looks like okay, yeah. I it's 2 commits here. So UI edit. We've now added color tweaks plus word navigation between spaces. Navigate between words. Word level. How would you call that? Forward back character by word or character. Okay. So I'm push that. The repo I'm using for this is not in the URL here. For anybody who wants to check out this code, it is it's tangent storm j-KVM on GitHub, and I'm in the work branch. So hopefully that just showed up. Go to UI, j-KVM. Work had recent pushes less than a minute ago. Yeah, that's what I want. I added this work branch because every time you, I didn't want people like installing this and getting the a work in progress that might have a bug in or something that isn't fully tested. So anyway, yeah. So j-KVM is the keyboard video and mouse handler for terminals. VT100 style terminal, so PuTTY and Windows Terminal and that kind of thing. And probably should update the I'll just do that right now. I'll update the README to include the code, the documentation for so KA_A handles alt plus A. Okay. Do I need this? It's just a bash in that directory. Okay. So no. README. And just add alt key to README. I'm sure I've got a bug or something here. Like if I do Alt plus, I have no idea what that's going to do because that's not going to be a valid. That's probably going to give me KA_plus, and so that's a bug that probably needs to be fixed at some point. But I turned off the debug. So Alt plus. Oh, it just gave me KSK. Oh, because it's not in the range of a character. Okay, so I'm good. I'm not handling the all plus, but I'm not generating some weird name that can't be looked up or whatever. It's going to crash my system. But what I did for like if you just do a plain old plus sign, it just maps it to the ASCII code in hex, I think. So, oops. Yeah. So it does. Well, that's where that's not meant to happen. This is obviously bad. So that can't be the name of a function. So I guess what I'm doing. I certainly did though. I absolutely used a hex code. So hex from decimal. Oh, if it's UTF-8. So if you paste in some UTF-8 character, one of the higher bits. But yeah, it should probably do I should probably do the same thing if it's a plus sign or something like that. Or do K_plus or something like that. Give it a name. But in the meantime, what you can do is if what you can do in the meantime is if there is a function, you can define a function called KASC, and if that function exists, so if the 4:0 is like a inspection thing, and it says so if 3 if it's a verb is equal to that, then and it's in the ASCII range, then use KASC, and so you can use that as a keyboard handler, as a catch-all handler. it doesn't show. It's not showing up. It's not showing up here because it's not defined. But if I say k ask in 0 in the namespace of that editor, I should really call this ed. If I just define that, then now when I don't have a let me see what the I forgot what file I'm editing. Yeah, so if I run this now, now when I press Control Plus, I would expect to see. Yeah. Oh well, it didn't work. I'm just pressing plus. I would expect that to. I would expect that to say k_asc. How about? I think there's some. I think there are issues with using underscores and using the locale identifiers, the _ ed or whatever. Co-current ed. Co-current whatever ed is, and then we say kasc equals this, and co-current base, and then somewhere in here I should have this and well, now it's not even showing anything. So that's, what? Where am I at? I'm in, okay, the co-current base. Now do that. Okay, I'm baffled. Whatever. I'll do it the right way. I'm trying to do it dynamically. If I put k ask here, oh, but it's insert. I'm confused. In J-KVM. Oh. Okay, I see. So I used vname. I'm expecting the debugger to know this name, but I don't call. It basically, if vname exists, then this takes the string that whatever vname is and evaluates it, and so well, not evaluates it, but it gives you back the verb that thing evaluates. So this says if vname. If the type of vname is 3, so if it's a verb, then run that verb on the character. Take the key code. Y is the key code. Unbox that key code, and take it out of the alphabet. So turn the key code into a character, pass it to vname. But then I don't assign vname down here. So hey, Savine. My daughter's here. So that's why that's not showing up. All right, so whatever. I'm losing viewers. That's okay. Okay. It was a lot easier to explain code that already exists than it is to write code from scratch. But I think that's working now. And I have a. It's not saved all right. so everything's up to date. I've pushed it. These are my scripts. I'm not dealing with that today. And then I've changed something in Toke over here. I was going to try and get the replay to work, so this is not actually important. So I'm just going to check out the. Okay, so that's up to date. That's up to date. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna make like a goal here. So I'll just make a goals for today, and I'm going to. How do you do that? To org narrow to subtree. Control X and S. Control X and Y. Control X and S. All right, goals for today. This is org mode for Emacs. 3 hours in, finally setting a goal. So what do we need to do? We're going to have a couple things for editor. We need copy and paste. Cut, copy and paste. Copy, paste. Record the keystrokes. Record the keystrokes. And so the overall goal is to create a macro recorder for the editor. Macro recorder for the editor that includes timing information, so that I can make an animation of the typing and play it back exactly as it was typed in a sensible way. Record the keystrokes with timing. And we need syntax highlight. I'm going to do syntax highlight first because that is almost working already. And also, before we do cut, copy, and paste, we need to do selection. So I have a concept of a mark. Or highlight a selection. Highlight the selection. I think that even might have been working at some point. Very early on, but I don't think I've looked at it in a while. Okay. Okay, so syntax highlighting in the editor. All right, so I need to change the render function for this editor. If I'm going to highlight, the cursor for this PuTTY window is green. It's always green. So this is a fake cursor. I'm just drawing. I set a cursor foreground and a cursor background color, and then a cursor. There can be multiple cursors. So for every cursor, which is just the integer index of this thing, go to that location and output the character that's in the buffer, but using these colors. So basically, I'm just drawing the character in this color, and that's what syntax. That's what the cursor is. So I think that what we want to say is like this should be. I want to keep this, but I want to change this. But I only want to change it when I'm editing J source code. So this needs to be overridden. And so we'll say render draw cursor render cursor equals, and we'll put this in here. So render cursor. That is now redundant. It's obviously that's what it means. Oh, but why? If y. So y is the render cursor if. Y is a flag that says whether or not you have the focus. So based on that flag, render cursor 0 or 1 times. So that should work. That should be what I want. I do not need this if statement. So to render the cursor, we set the foreground color to the cursor foreground color, background color, cursor background, and then because there can be multiple cursors, we do it for each one of these things. Why do I have a and then I'm not exactly sure why I need the this is a error trapping mechanism. I'm not sure why I need that. Possibly there's some error trapping for goxy. I don't think there is an error in that case. I guess if you're writing to one of the buffers, then when you call put C and you're out of bounds, then it would break. So yeah, so that makes sense. Okay. In any case, I felt the need to put an error trap in there, so I'll keep the error trap there. And then, so this should be exactly right. This should do exactly what I want, and it should not have changed the behavior at all. That should have been a pure refactor. And it is, and just, I never actually tested that this works. Yeah, there's my, I had an infinite loop there. My forward is calling for, which is right. So FOR is moving forward a character, back is moving backward a character, and then forward is moving forward a word, and backward is moving backward a word. So that's kind of a pun because most English speakers say word for backward. It's hard to see, or at least where I come from, even though it's an A instead of an O. Anyway, so that was a bug. So it did not behave the correct way because of that bug, because it was going forward when I said to go backwards. All right, so now this is not working because it's not moving forward by a word because it's already on a space. Oh, you guys are gone, but skip the test. Is how you fix it. So forward, and then but there's still a test for. There's 2 tests here. So this is greater than on a Boolean is saying this and not this. All right, so let's refactor this a bit. So if the cursor is at the end, so this is at Z, is what I called it for the list, is this. So this returns a I think that's not going to do anything. So we'll go old school on this one because we don't refer to I hate it when you do that. I'm so used to this code now. All right, okay, hang on. You can just say this. You just put the y in there and just ignore it. All right, so if we're at z, and then the other one I called at 0. And so at 0 is this one. So this is at z. So if at z and not whatever, and not at space. So this is at 0. So this is trash. So this is, are we at the end, and are we at, I don't know why, I don't know why it's not a and z or 0 and some other number, but whatever. That's the convention I use. So and all right, so the point is that I need to avoid this, so I need a name for this. So this is add a space at spa. And I don't need that. There you go. So this is saying if take the cursor, take all the cursors and pull, your cursor is just an index, so pull those indices out of the buffer, and if there's a space in there, then we're out of space. So don't do anything. I try to do multi-cursor from the start, but obviously I'm not using it right now. But so this says I'm out of space. One of the cursors is on a space. Now that I've got the same argument, the empty string is being passed to both of these, I can get rid of that and just use a fork here. All right, so if we're at the end, oh, this is actually not at z. This is saying we're before z, so we're not at the end. So the name of this would be not at z. Can go forward. Can. I'm trying to think of a name for this function. Like it's literally saying the cursor is, we are before the end. We are. Well, maybe let's see. So if so you have we have a NOR operator. So if it's not, maybe I should reverse these. So if it's not, if it's at the end, then this condition is false, and if it's at 0, then this condition is false. So this says the minimum of the cursors is greater than 0, and if that's not true, then we're at 0. So the minimum of the cursors is less than or equal to 0, or there is no cursor, but there must be a cursor. So and likewise here, this is a mistake. There's extra parentheses there. The maximum of the cursor is greater than the length of the buffer. That should be greater than or equal to. Surely that's greater than or equal to, right? Okay. Yes, I think it's because I'm reversing it, right? Because it wasn't at z, it was, yeah, okay. So if the buffer length is greater than, no, yeah, this is correct. If the buffer is greater than the cursor, if the length of the buffer is greater than the cursor, then we are not at the end, and so inverting that is what I want. Okay. I can probably rewrite this more clearly, but so this should be nor, and just to type. I can't believe I'm actually using one of these things in a thing. But 0, that should be 1, and then if either one of them is true, then that should be 0. So this is nor, yeah. So the mnemonic is that is or, and then this is nor, and likewise this is and this should be NAND. So 0, 0 should give me 1, and then either one of them should give me, yeah, because they're not both, but if you give them both, then they should be 0. So that's NAND. Okay. Okay, so we've refactored that a little bit. So hello, new people. We're back up to 5 here. So I'm handling the expression for what to do when I press the forward key in my editor. So I'm pressing Alt F to go forward, and it's kind of hopping, but when I get to the end, it breaks. And that's because I have 2 conditions that need to hold. I'm moving forward by word. So, oh, hang on, sweetie. My daughter needs pants here. So okay. Like these pants better? No, on foot. On foot. Okay. And you want to say hello to people? Here. Say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Okay. I can play with you in a little while. I'm almost done. Not almost done, but I'm getting tired. So, okay, that was Celine. She's the resident J expert. Whenever I have questions, I go to her. All right. So what I was saying is, yeah. So my move forward a word. So FWD is broken. Oops. Sorry. It's CDP4J. J, and I'm running j-repl, and then so when I hit Alt F, it moves me forward, but when I hit the end, it breaks, and that's because I needed both of these conditions to be false. So when I move forward, I have to be not at the end and not at a space. And if it's because I'm skipping this test, so I'm moving the cursor. Okay, so if I turn this off, it should work, but it will stop because I'm on a space. I'll move forward to a space, and then it's going to stop. So I do it once, it works. I do it again, it no longer works. I'm hitting Alt F, it does nothing. So that's wrong. So when I skip the test, it works, but I don't want to skip the at z test. So if not at z, do.
Phone?
She wants a phone. Yes, that's ugly, and the Boolean expressions are ugly. And sweetie, I don't have your phone. I have a laptop for you. This work? I don't know where your phone is. Go ask mommy. All right, so that should work. It's ugly, and I will clean it up later. I just want to get the, down result. Oh, because I didn't run it. I just tried, so try and put that all in one line. That's ugly. This I'm not happy with this code right now, but this is 2, 4, and then yuck. All right. I normally give myself a little bit longer space on the line here, but I'm on a constrained. My screen is 4 times as big as what's on the screen here, so this is tiny for me. There we go. Oh, it didn't work. Add space. Why didn't I, if it's at Z? What? If I'm not at the end. Oh, okay. So let's clean this up. All right, if we're all right, so this will do. We can get rid of this. So while I'm not at a space, do forward, but only go forward if I'm not at Z. I think that's going to work. No, I need to go test, because otherwise I'm going to get an infinite loop if I'm not at a space, and then this is just going to go forward 0 times, but it's still going to infinite. But the while loop is going to be infinite. So I still need this. So it's at Z, nor while I'm not at Z nor at a space, go forward, but only if I'm not at Z. It means that I wind up doing this at Z test twice for every loop, except for the first loop, where I do it once. That is messy. I don't like that, but it will work. It did not work. Space. Oh, because it's not. It's the problem is that if I am at the end, there's no short circuiting here. There's no short circuiting. So I'm at the end. I'm going to. All right, so I can fix this by just putting this here, and I believe in this version of J that's going to give me an error. But that will trap the error that's happening here, and at space. I think that's going to be fine. I think that's going to work. But what? Stop. Yeah. So this gives me a spelling error. This is stupid. think I could do it like this. This is fixed in the latest version of J. Yeah. All right, perfect. Interestingly, I don't have the same problem going backwards. But that's okay. Now, do I need this? Maybe I can handle that. I'm not thinking this through. I'm just, yeah, okay, that. All right, so we have a use for whilst. Okay. All right, so, ooh, I don't have repl on. No, hang on. Repl is trash, but I don't have, let's see, I do have this under edit, and I need to get this repl under version control now. I'm working on it. So, edit. Forward, so forward and backward. Forward and backward, and extract method, render cursor. Extract render cursor. Okay. I try to not do creations and refactoring in the same commit, but whatever, it's small enough. Okay, so that's working. I can move forward by character or by that. I can move backward by character or by backward by character. Yeah. Oops. Backward by character. Forward to the front, to the end. I can do all that. Okay. And then so now the idea would be that for the token-based editor. So let's just fix broken forward backward commands. And so that's done. And now we're on to syntax highlighting in the editor. Oops. All right, so that for that, I'm going to switch back to the repl, which is the file that this is actually in. And so now render ed is going to be that. This should be a no-op. This should be a refactoring to just since I made a copy of it. That's what it already was, so it should just continue to work. It does. And just to make sure that I'm not fooling myself, I'm going to comment that out. And so this should move the cursor without, yeah. And so yeah, okay, that works. So yeah, put string for B, so B is the buffer we're editing. But now what I want to do is I want to syntax highlight the code. So I've got j-lex. So we've got B from ed is this string. So I'm just gonna call this B so that I can use the same code. And I want to say j-lex B. Okay, and then that gives me it gives me that. So I'm taking the code and I'm putting a tag on each token. So this is a space. This is a definition curly. This is definition curly. This is whatever. I think P stands for like a special name. But I have a function somewhere in. I come back here. Zoom the editor. Zoom the tmux settings. In the file toke.ijs, I have this file. I have J-color. So yeah, I reverted that change. Colorize a line of J using VT escape codes. That sounds like what I want. But it's not what I want. Because I don't want the escape codes. I want the escape codes are rendering directly to the terminal, but I'm using a widget which is rendering to one of these video buffers. And so I want that video buffer, which contains the foreground colors. You don't want to use the escape codes there. You want to just write directly to the buffer. So VT color is not what I want there. Hello, we got 8 viewers now. So hello, new people. Since there are new people here, this is where I'm at. I'm trying to. Looks like I've done nothing for today, but I've been talking for almost 4 hours now. So we fixed some commands that move forward and backward by word, and we're trying to get syntax highlighting. We have a syntax highlighting code, so I just need to hook it up to this editor right now. And that was, I don't know, when I run this editor, it breaks the j-repl. Sometimes I get in a weird state. So I have my code, so now I just need to hook this up to the syntax highlighting thing. And somewhere in my code, I have I must have this displaying, right? Because it's because my main application is showing that. So just so you can see what it looks like. A sneak preview. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. And I learned earlier that this program breaks when the screen's too small. But anyway, so here's the syntax highlighting. So I want this to happen live. Right now, we just get when we edit it, we just get gray, and so that's not what I want. So let's go ahead and put this back. And sorry, team-ups. All right. So in here, we need to do what this other program is doing. And I start, so MJE is the editor program, and it's I'm kind of like throwing things together in there, and then kind of refactoring and extracting this widget component system that I'm building for publication. So this is all prototype code that is slowly being refactored into like a real application as I figure things out. Which means so TED. Oh, I see. So I have a variable called TED here, which is there's not enough space on the screen. So what is TED? TED is a toked, and if I create a toked, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to fake this. I'm going to create one of these token editor objects, and even though I'm not using the token editor aspect of it, I'm not using the ability to move tokens around and edit tokens. I'm just going to, for now, I'm just going to use this to draw the syntax highlighting. So so in addition to ed, which is the actual editor, I have I'm going to have toked, which is syntax editor. And I'm not passing anything to it, so let's call it like that. For syntax highlighting, which means I have to import this toke.ijs. So let's see if toke.ijs works. Okay, it loads cleanly. It doesn't try to do anything weird. So load toke.ijs. Okay. And so now that should run, and didn't give me a problem with TED. So now I need to figure out. So somewhere in here, you tell TED what to do. TED base, TED is this. So I need to. This is probably backwards right now. But that's fine. All right, so we're going to put TED in the Z locale, so it's accessible to the to ed. Yeah, at some point, I mean, there should be like some kind of nesting and whatever. Let's not worry about it. This is a clunky way to do things. I just want to get it on the screen. So let's take this, and so this is. Yeah. Okay. So jcut. All right. So here. Where am I? I'm in base. So B of ed is this string, and when I jcut j-lex, jcut from the j-lex locale, that should tokenize it for me with spaces preserved, and then that is the buffer that TED knows how to render. The token editor knows how to render. I could probably just do. Let's just do it that way. Oh, but tok has this color thing. So render here. Yeah. So this is the render function for each token. We're going to put that token. I could either copy. Again, I'm going to just try and get this on the screen, and then we'll think about making it work later, making it nice and pretty later. Okay, so we're going to take Ed's version of B and put it into TED, and then we're going to render we just call render TED, I think. We just call render TED, and that should work. This should give me syntax highlighting. Yeah, perfect. It's in the wrong place, but XY TED is also equal to that. Okay. Oh, I see. I'm rendering both. So I get rid of put SB, and so one. There we go. Perfect. Syntax highlighting. And now as I type, let's see. Interesting, the space key does not work. Okay. So banana. Okay. Ooh, okay, so we definitely got to add space to this, but the syntax highlighting works. All right, so that's done. Ugly but done. And then so maybe syntax highlighting. Oh, proof of concept. And so this is what did I just say? That the space key does not work. Space key does not work. So fix bug. Okay. So I will commit that in a second. What did I change? Okay. Oh, I didn't change that. I changed it here. Yeah, so this is all scratch, but I just want to get a proof of concept of this working. I'm going to go ahead and commit this. This is a proof of concept. Git add, git commit, working proof of repl, proof of concept repl, syntax highlighted repl. Okay, but the space key doesn't work. So let's get the space keyword. So that's probably a bug in edit.ijs. And I bet I bet if I look in UI, nope, not UI, it's UI, it's J-KVM, that's the keyword handler. That should be SPC. I saw something called SPC. So I have a special handler for space. Oh, of course, because the code says that if, okay, so space is a separate bin because the name of the character is not an identifier. And so I gave it, so it maps to k space. But here I'm saying if the verb name is actually a verb, if it's defined, so if the verb it's going to look for is defined, then invoke that verb on the character. Otherwise, and then here's the problem: if C is if the class is ASCII, so but what I want is C is space ASCII, and at some point I'm probably going to have to rethink this because I'm going to have to do the same thing for all the other keys that don't have. So I. Oh, right. Okay. So the problem is because I have given a special name for space, I have not given a special name to plus, and so that is not its own bin, and so it gets handled by this KASC. But at the same time, it's also going to look for a function called. You know, it's gonna be looking for a function called k plus, which is not a valid name. So that's why this fails, and so and because it's an ASCII character, this works. But all right, so the only odd case at the moment is space, and that's because I gave it a name. And so when I give names to the others, I'm probably gonna have to rethink this whole thing a little bit. All right, but if I run this now, it should work, and I should be able to type a space. Yep, and I can. So everything's good, and that's right, that U is a special name, so when it says U, V and Y and all those, but if I put another character, then it's not a special name anymore. I would like Alt-D to delete this entire word, and so it worked kind of like how forward works, except use delete. So that's a new thing to do. Alt-D to delete word. And Alt backspace, yeah, delete word. Alt backspace to delete word backwards. Delete previous word. And delete next word. Okay, but these are not really important right now. Fun things for later. Okay. Okay. So hello, person. Hey, Garquin. Yeah, it's still going. This is my. Yes, this is org mode. I actually write my scripts for the videos in org mode as well, and so the J code is parsing an org mode file, but in a restricted format, a very restricted format. The longest live stream of all time. Yeah, it is. Well, my plan was to do this today. I wanted to get this done. So the fact that I'm live streaming it is just yeah, I'm just recording what I'm doing anyway. It actually took a lot longer because I went through the whole thing of explaining what all the stuff was, but that was probably helpful, and I have it recorded for posterity. If I do it weekly, I mean, okay, well, I'm glad you guys find this entertaining. This is my throat is a little parched here, but what is org mode? Org mode is this what you're looking at right now on the screen. So this is I'm in Emacs. It's just a plain old text editor, but it's an outliner. And then it also has this, like to-do features. It's got you can put J code in here, or you can put any kind of code in here, like Python. If name equals main, I think it's main print. And you can do like literate programming, all kinds of fun stuff. It's really, really cool. I think it's orgmode.org maybe? Orgmode. Yeah, orgmode.org without a dash. It's really, really cool. It's got you can have your code in multiple files, and it'll pull like a to-do list from like 10 different files together. It's really neat. It's got code for literate programming. Tangentstorm.github.io. This is ancient. I haven't touched this in ages, but these little things, like this is generated from org mode, and it like all of this. I pressed a button and this came out from. I mean, obviously I typed all this, but and the same file with all this code in it can be, is used to generate like actual source code that can be, in a literate programming kind of way. So it's really cool. You can even do things like interactive, like you can have it show you the results of this code rather than the code itself. You can have it you stick languages together. It's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Emacs comes with if you prefer Vim or VI, you can use Evil mode, or I think there's one called Vile as well. I've never used either of them. I learned Emacs, but the editor I'm building today is meant to. I'm not really following this, but my intent is to, once I start doing the macro recording, I'm going to record them. The language I'm going to use to record the macros is going to be the keystrokes that you would use in Vim. Anyway, so that's org mode. So I use it for a lot of things. Like also, so another thing is doing it like I'm looking at the goals for today, but this is I'm going to hit a Control N and then W to widen the view, and like this is the whole file. Right, so it's actually a huge file. So I say Control. I just learned the keyboard for this. Control X, Control N. Nope. Control N. S, narrow to subtree. Control X N for narrow, and then subtree is what I want to do. So, okay. Oh, but. But then I lost the other part of that. So I narrowed to. Okay. You only get one subtree, I guess. And then move. Oops, no. Yeah, Shift L to move the whole sub outline to the left. All right, so let me catch up on. Oh, it also I used to use this all the time. You can make an agenda and you can see like all these to-do things. You can have like a spreadsheet thing. It's just really cool. But yeah, it's definitely worth checking out, or maybe even watching. Oh, chat pause due to scroll. Okay. Yeah. So I agree with that. Emacs is painful. You use the control key for almost everything, and if you don't remap your keys, you can very easily like wind up with like repetitive stress. You can tear up your pinkies or whatever. So I have on my keyboard, I have like the Alt key next to the space bar. You have one on each side. So the left one is Alt and the right one is Control, just so I can use Emacs. Well, I mean for everything, but you know that's how I have it set up. And without that, Emacs is painful. So I would like to learn the V or the Vim keyboard fingering, or muscles, whatever, the commands, get those into the muscle memory. I've just never done it. So maybe at some point I will do that, but not today. Okay. All right, where am I at? I guess this is my to-do list. So syntax highlighting in the editor, that works. So for those of you just tuning in, we now have syntax highlighting in the editor. It's clunky. I just called into some code that I already had to do that, and basically have an extra object lying around that does this, but it works. So there we go. I had a brief problem where I didn't have the ability to type a space key, so I had to fix that. This is telling me I have an invalid code or invalid token, so it's a terrible color, but it gets the point across. All right, so now the space key works. Highlight the selection. There's one more thing I need to do. So in order to get what I want to make a real, this is fun things, not fun, but things to do later. In order to actually make presentations using this tool, I need to be able to record the keystrokes. I already have the tool to play them back, so I need to record them. Although that, make sure playback still works, or whatever. I think it actually is broken, so probably fix playback. Because since I switched to the, I was just writing directly to the screen before, so it's probably a little broken. Of macros. Record macros. And I need the ability to tie into the command history. Tie into the command history. That's actually important because I don't want to type every line from scratch if I'm just adding a character to the previous line or something like that. And in fact, I would say those are probably more important. So let's get this working. Let's just get the recording working. Then once I have a recording, let's make sure it play. Or let's start with the playing. I'll hand code a macro. Hand code it. Whatever. I'll fix it. I'll get a hand coded macro playing just to make sure that it works, and we can see the typing happening on the screen. Then I will record a macro, which is going to be. This is actually the biggest problem. This is going to be the big thing. So let's see what I need to do. Because I have this keyboard. I almost want to intercept, instead of just having the keyboard handler directly call the keyboard function. I need to intercept it. I need to put a hook in there that says, okay, I'm about to call this function, so record that function for the macro, right? What I could do, I don't really want to just like wildly make a change to the framework here. But what I could do is maybe like record is something like you know, like history is equal to this, and then record maybe I'll call it, how about log? I'm logging it, right? So the log would be so history is going to be equal to history, comma, and do I want x? X, yes. And so then I would say so now the character comes in, I'm going to insert that character, and then I want to log that, I want to pass that to x. No, I can do y here. So okay, so I'll do y. I'm just making it more complicated. So log. I think these can all just be forks. I think that's it. Well, okay. But here, so for that one, it's a fork. But for this one, like, I want to log like delete. So I don't know what this means yet. And probably I want I probably want the box thing. So I'll use box. So here I would log. Like I don't know what the macro code is. All right, so delete is so X would be the code in so in Vim you press X to delete the character under the cursor, but the keyboard bindings I'm using right now are are Emacs key bindings. So I don't. I want to record this as if it is as if it's a modal editor like Vim, but I'm actually using it like it's a non-modal editor like Emacs, which is stupid. So okay, but this is fine. So this is dumb. This is going to be extremely dumb, but. Right. So as I get a character, this is like the insert command in Vim, and this is the escape out of insert in my macro language, because the escape key that you use in Vim isn't you know, is not easy to type in J as a string. I mean, it is, but I don't want to pepper my code with it. I want this to be the escape character. So I use it also for inserting. So I'm just gonna switch into insert mode for every single character, and so if I type hello, it's gonna look like this in the macro, and that's gonna be stupid, but it's gonna record it right. So that's all I care about. It's gonna look like that, which is awful, but that's okay. I can clean this up later as well. I just want to get something working. So that should work. And now, how would I do backspace? How do I delete the previous character in Vim? So if I'm here, let's see, hang on. So X deletes the character. Shift X maybe? Oh, Shift X. So it's actually very intuitive. Log and X. And I need the @ sign. I think this is going to work. I think this is just magically going to work. So history needs to be part of the editor. I want to be, I'm going to call it hist. Hist equals 0 string A. Macro history. Macro recorder. History. Shift X did that. I guessed. Oh, yeah. So I don't use Vim at all, but I had to learn the same thing for. I looked up how to do insert a row, and you press the O key, and you insert above, and you press Shift O, and you insert after, or vice versa. And so I took a wild guess, and it just worked. Okay. So I think that's gonna work. So I was just typing this as an example, but I think this is actually the implementation. So hist. Should I call this log maybe? Base string hist with log. Oh, we'll see. This doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm gonna run this, make sure nothing is broken, and type some keys, and then and let's see. I had a backspace. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, well, let's see what it said. If you get a bug in the middle of one of these terminal programs, it screws up the j-repl. So, like, all the control keys no longer work. So I can't like access. Okay, but the name of this thing is ed and log ed. Ooh. Okay. Hey, hang on. That's the danger with this thing. So you want comma box. All right. So try it again. And that's broken. But first one, turn the cursor back on. And then what did I say? I don't have history, so just did it. It's the hist. No, it's the log of ed. Yes, that's what I wanted. I think that's stupid, but it works. Yeah, you know, some people use they do golf, Vim golfing, where they try and accomplish some editing task in the shortest number of keys. You know, it is a language. It is a language that is being interpreted as you on a key by key basis as you type. So it is a language for editing text. And so I figured I would just use the same language since it exists and people like it. But I don't know it myself. So, okay, so I got what I want here. I have a macro recorder, but it's broken for some reason. And I think it's broken because I used an ampersand. Yes, I used an ampersand to bind the x argument to, to bind the letter x to the log. And in J, you want an @ sign. Because if you do this, this is expecting it to be a dyad. This is what you want, I think. I think this is going to work. There's another language called Teco, T-E-C-O, which every single character it's a letter. It's a language for editing text, and so it's like a macro language for and like every single character does something. Like A does something, B does something. So it's a macro language, but I don't know how you actually. I've never seen it. I've heard horror stories about it. But I decided not to go that far. I figured let's make it intuitive. Okay, so let's hello, and we'll delete some letters, and then we will backspace. And if I press enter, I'm done. And then so that should I've been pressing Control C to break out of this program, but enter just ends it cleanly without screwing up the RailJ REPL. Okay, so now I log of ed looks perfect. Look at that. And so now I just do that, and that's my macro. Yeah, Tico was awful, but I mean, it wasn't meant for humans to write, as far as I know. I think the fact that people use it was just like, it's a golfing language, I guess, for editing text and whatnot. Oh, but so this is perfect. This is exactly. Yeah, I think this is exactly what I want. Sorry, I was spacing out there. I'm going to have to make this like table driven at some point. But the idea of I guess part of what I'm doing is I'm making this tool for recording things for myself, for my videos, but I'm also making this for any I want people to be able to go in the terminal and use this thing as the input. So like right now I'm in the terminal, I get no syntax highlighting. I want this thing to be a syntax highlighting editor. Editing golf going to be the new I don't know. The video that I'm trying to make is all about golfing. I made a video about sand piles, and it's all about. I'll show you. CD B4J, J, and JE. This code up here, this is the code to render a sand pile. I don't know if you didn't see my video, like these are sand piles. They're being color coded. So this little thing is a sand pile right here. I'm sorry, this isn't rendering it. This is it's like a cellular automaton. So it's turning a plus sign into the next step, and the next step looks like this. So this is the long form of the code, and then the idea is at the end I shrunk it down to this, and then since then people have responded to that video and given me even shorter ways to do that. So I can go even further than that. But the point of this video is going to be like, how do you take this and wind up with this and something that's even shorter? So yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a craze or not, but I think it's actually going to be a pretty interesting video. Yeah, well, this will be a tool. So he said we need more array YouTubers. So this will be this is a presentation tool that you can use to make presentations in a REPL, and it happens to be for J, but I want this thing at work for K. So I mean, I don't see any reason not to to make it J specific. In fact, so I want this, and I want to be able to embed this in like other applications like Godot and stuff. So long term, in the same directory, I'm kind of way off on a tangent here, but in the same directory here, the Sabrin Sabrin is a company I ran many years ago. I didn't say ran; it was me working for myself. And then B4 is a virtual machine, or it was an idea for a virtual machine that I've kind of been reviving. And so the idea is that I want to eventually make a little compiler/interpreter for J, or some subset of J, that runs on this virtual machine, and then port this virtual machine to all kinds of different places. And so all of this will run in whatever language, whatever environment has this virtual machine running. What I found as I so here these are parser combinators for the same thing. What I found is that I'm trying to write the code in a way where you see it evolving over time, and it's really hard to do that without a tool that shows you the steps step by step. And so this application, they call it literate programming. Donald Knuth made this thing called literate programming, where you're mixing the code with descriptions. But I really like that. But what I've always wanted to do is to be able to make video presentations and articles, and to present the code not as a description of parts of a finished product, but rather show it exactly like how I'm showing it on the screen here, where I have a single line of code, and you see what it does in the REPL, and then you make changes to it, and you see that thing evolve over time. So the phrase I use for that, instead of literate programming, is narrative programming. So narrative adds the concept of like this version control spread out over time to the text, right? The literate part is there, but it's also extended with this idea of evolving over time. Many years ago, I made an attempt at doing this. I don't think this even exists anymore. I don't think I own this domain anymore. I do not. Yeah, I don't know who. Yes, no idea what that is. Whoa! Oh, I see. There we go. I made this game in JavaScript, and the code is absolutely terrible. But I did it in this style, and I wrote a tool that did this. And so, at every step of the way, you can see the changes that were made to it. This is that company I ran. This is the brand name. But at every step, you can see the code as it is at that point, and you can also see the diffs that were applied to that code as you go along. And I've always wanted to do this, but this was the code is really bad because I was just learning JavaScript, and I was just doing it, kind of doing what I am now, just throwing anything together to get it to work. And also, the presentation was a little messy and whatnot. But the idea, I've been wanting to do this for ages and ages and ages. To have a tool that allows you to not just write code, but to show it evolving over time. And so this is my latest attempt at making that work. So I've got the history as it goes. I haven't really shown this yet, but you might notice that as I'm paging back and forth, reload it. As I'm paging back and forth, you see that, watch. I'm undoing the history in the REPL. Okay, it's not just recording the inputs and outputs like you have in a Jupyter notebook. It has that, but one thing you're not seeing, every single one of those steps creates a new locale. So every time there's every time you have a side effect, or it's not limited to side effects, it probably ought to be, but every one of those steps has its own locale with the state of the variables at that time. It has the state of the REPL, it has the state of the variables, and so you can go back in time and you can branch off, and you can actually you could do version control on your live objects in this REPL. So it's like you can have time traveling there. You could go through the REPL, you proceed step by step through the states, rewind, and then branch off in a different way, and keep it all in one in one document, right? And so the I call it, this is a presentation tool, but it's also meant to be a bit of a presentation tool, a bit of a version control system, a bit of a time traveling debugger. It's a crazy little thing. So I'm pretty excited about it, and I've had a hard time trying to explain it to people. So I figured I'd just make what I want and then start showing people. But where is it? In the B4 directory, there's this thing called worlds, and that handles the splitting of the worlds every time you do you evaluate a piece of code. And so each line in the REPL spawns a new world. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So that's a kind of a far off goal. It's kind of starting to take shape here. Let's see, make sure I did fix that right. Yeah. Alt A. I'll get rid of that. All right, back to our story. Okay. So we actually have record macros. As macros, that works. Control Z for the environment. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I haven't. This has. Yeah, this is exactly it. It undoes the. There are a couple things like so to do this, you've got to record the output of every function and of every command that you type in, and some of those commands might have side effects that you cannot undo. But if all you're doing is assigning variables, then you can do it. But if you're like writing a file, then you're screwed. You can't undo that. But you can absolutely undo. But you can also, if you do have side effects, and you can at least get your code to an initial state. You've got the whole history, so you can always just go to the first state and just play every command until you re-arrive at the state that you want it to do. So yeah, there's I don't know if that handles all cases, but it handles some cases. But when you're doing your presentation, I think that this is enough to provide undo and redo and all that. Yeah. I got this to record keystrokes as macros. Oh, well, I don't really have it. I have it started. So let's just go ahead and fill these all in. All right, so beginning of line. So now I have to learn where each one of these, let's break this off and join the one from 5. Okay, so this is my Vim thing. So I think 0 is the beginning of line. Log at 0 at ball, beginning of line, and is $? Yes. Oh, I bet it's. I think 0. I think one of these takes you. All right. So escape. So if I go to caret, that takes me to the first of the line, and I hit 0. It takes me all the way to the left. And the semantics for what I'm doing is all the way to the left. Okay, so end of line would be log at $. I don't have an interpreter for $, but that's okay. Back is okay. L and what letter is this? H. Log at H back, and forward is so I use a Dvorak keyboard, and so I don't know what letter I'm pressing. I know that I have muscle memory that tells me this is a key that goes forward, and it is the L. Log at L at forward. Swap. I don't think Vim has this. I don't. Transpose characters in Vim. Oh, so you copy and paste. Okay, I'm not going to use this. I just won't use this. It doesn't matter. See, I can't just make up a key because what does T do? So what is swap? So in Emacs, if you hit Control T, you swap two characters and move forward. But also if you're moving, if you have just moved backwards and you hit Control T, then it swaps in the other direction. And then likewise, if you hit Escape T or Alt T, it swaps two different words. So if you say hello world and you hit Control T, oops, sorry. Control T, it's state dependent. It's a weird thing. Yeah, so there is a way to make this. Maybe I'm not. I always had the feeling it was. Yeah. So if I hit Alt B and then hit Alt T, so Alt B goes backwards a word, and then if I then hit Alt T, it flips the word with the previous word. And if I go Alt forward, Alt F to go forward, and then I hit Alt T, it swaps the word with the next word. So that's what swap does, and it's it's handy when you have a typo, because then you just you say hello, and then you immediately press Control, or you press that. So some people write that, and then you press Control T, and it fixes it for you. So it's like a typo fixer. So that's swap. I don't know what. I don't know what does T do in Vim. T does something in Vim, but what it seems to do is put the letter T down here. So I'm guessing it's a prefix or something. I don't know. But I don't know what it does, so I don't care what it does right now. I'm just going to call this a to-do and better code. Okay, forward. Forward is forward a word. So I think Shift F. Nope. All right, Vim navigate by word, right? W and B. Okay. So W and B. W, B, W, B. Okay, so I'm not sure these are exactly the right things, but log. So forward is. Wait, what? Forward is lowercase w, and log at B for backwards. Oh, thank you. Yeah, should have asked the experts here. Okay. All right. Well, I got it. So those are all the keyboard shortcuts I have so far. I'm going to do copy and paste and all that stuff in the future, but I think that's it. So if that's true, I'm going to just break this, join, I think 4. Yeah. So I think now anything I type in this repl should be. Oh, I don't have that. I don't have the key I want. But I think anything that I've done so far. Oh, I don't have. I don't have clear to the end. So let's do I10. What would you say in J? How about the sum of the first 10 primes, maybe? Let's make sure that I10. Yeah. So the sum of the first 10 primes. 129. Okay. So let's see. So now that should be stored in this log ed. It is. We can make it. Okay, so for anybody who missed that, this is going into insert mode. This is exiting insert mode. So this is ridiculous that it's going in and out of insert mode for every single character. But it gets the job done. Yeah. So it's the question. The question mark is the escape key at the end, but it's also since I'm trying to use it like double quotes, right? So the escape. It's actually a general purpose escape key. I'm not following Vim exactly, but I'm using it to escape things in this little language. So the language, if you want to look at it, is in all of this is in the link in the GitHub Sabrin B4 tree master J, and the language is in toke.ijs. So at the top here we've got the colors. And there's a bunch of stuff. So part of this is like the app framework is like this is a mess. This is not like production code. But this has rendering the thing. For a while I had the ability to. What this is showing is it actually evaluates. This version of it was actually evaluating the code as you type it. So like if you go into in your browser, if you go into the JavaScript console, you can type you can start typing things and you'll see it will evaluate the expression and it'll show you a preview of the result. I never realized how developed J's ecosystem was. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but it's yeah, J is pretty advanced. What do you mean? What are you referring to then? Anyway, so do is the interpreter for these things. So it's a very primitive language. It's meant to be like like VI or Vim, but it's not quite there yet. And there's a special key called exclamation point. Packages, graphics, libraries. Yeah. J is. I mean, J was like a consulting company. Like they sell their little database product. And they used to sell J. They used to sell J as software, but they finally at some point they decided to make it open source under the GPL. They've talked about like maybe making it under the MIT license. There's one of the currently open tickets on the J source code on GitHub. Eric Iverson popped up and said he was seriously considering the MIT license. But anyway, it's they were a consulting company and they have like a whole GUI system for like I made a video about building a little sprite editor and doing some animation, but and all I'm doing is showing the view map, the thing that renders the graphics, a matrix as colored boxes. But it's that's just like a tiny part of what you get with the GUI framework. There, they have like their whole language. There's a word called WD, called window driver, that is built into the GUI version of J, and it has events. It's a complete little mini language inside of J, and inside of the GUI thing, and they were doing just like native Windows controls, and then they some several years ago, maybe like J7, 6, 8, something like that. They before I used it, they switched over to, I want to say like WX Windows, and then eventually they switched to Qt, which is what they're using now, and at each time they just ported this little thing, and like your J applications had these cross-platform GUIs, right? That worked on each one of these widget toolkits, because they're just wrapping what's already there. And then the same thing, of course, they have Android now too. You can get J for Android, and supposedly there's a way to make like Android applications, GUI applications on Android. I've never done that. I just have J installed on my phone, and I just run it in the REPL there. But usually I don't. Usually I just don't run it there. I just use a laptop. Anyway, I'm rambling. Yeah, J is the point being is it's a commercial product. Like it was, they were using it to solve business problems and stuff. It's production ready. All right. So the shape of that is 93. Can I factor 93? 3 and 31. So let's say 331 shape of that. How about 31? 3. Oops. Okay, I can't get it all on the screen at once, but whatever. Yeah. So it's so I'm going to add to my plan that I want to concatenate or the inserted characters without redundant escapes. But this is fine for now, so I will move that for at least to the end. I probably want to do that. All right, so we have recording of macros. Okay, and so now we should see if we can play that back. All right, so let's get this as... Oh, you know what we could do? I bet. Okay, so that gives me this. Can I... sorry, I was distracted by... so let's see what this says. This says, what did I do? I went to the end of the line. I pressed backspace a bunch of times. I inserted all these random characters. So can I cut on this string? Not cuts, cut. No, I don't want I want E, yes. So capital E dot tells you it's telling you the start location of this string within this string. So every time there's a 1 there, we're going to it means that there's a double question mark. I want to remove it. Let's see. Let's think about this. So I have a string that looks like A, or let's say A, B, C, and anywhere there's and I want it to be A, B, C, right? I just said I was going to do this later, but now I think it's easy. So I don't know how it's easy yet, but so this is going to tell me the location of the start of those things. So if I right, so if I take the indices of those, and I add 1 to them to get the second character. So I take the indices and I also add 1 to them. Oh, you know what? I don't even need to do that. So I take this and then I take that same thing and I just shift it right once. Like if I shift it right by 1, I think it's -1, right? To get right. Yes. So I shift it. So this is a fork. So I'm sorry, a hook. We shift it right by 1 and then OR it with itself, and we get that, and then we not that, and then so if this is T, so T at the indices where, yes, that's perfect. Okay, man, verbalizing J code as you type it is not easy. Okay, so we have this thing. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna find this thing. That should be the same. Okay. So now I'm in the golfing mode here. So we're gonna do this. Once we're done, I was trying to see if I could turn this into a fork. You know what? This is silly. So compress is going to be, so we'll call that y, because that's the y argument. And so y, let's just make sure it works. Yes, that works. Okay. So we don't need this. I don't know why. Trying to make everything tacit in J is just a, it's tempting, but you don't need to, especially with this new syntax with the curly braces. So there we go. So so we call what do we call this? Compress strip. Compress. Unescape. No. Glue escapes together. I don't know. It's not unescaping. It is merge inserts. Inserts. MI for merge inserts. All right, and we'll put this in the I guess it's part of the editor itself. So if it's part of the editor, then the command would be getlog would be I guess MI of hist, right? Or not hist log. All right. So if I do that, I run the code again. I do my backspaces. I do hello world, hello comma world. There we go. And then if I say get log of ed. Oops. So I want that, right? Let's see. Log of ed is this, and then mi of ed of that is what I got before. So if I unbox it first, not unbox it, but merge all the boxes together, yes, perfect. But hang on. Yes, this is exactly what I did. So I said, I went to the end of the line, I deleted a bunch, or backspaced a bunch of times. I inserted this text. I went back by one word. I inserted this text. And then I guess I went to the end of the line again. So that's it. I have a macro recorder. I like it. So my fix then is what I already did. It worked. So that works. This is how my planning tends to go. I say, okay, I'm definitely going to do this next, and then I'll move this down to the end, and I immediately do the thing that I said I'm going to do, at the end of time, when everything else is working, because I get some idea in my head about how to make it. Okay, where am I? So I think I'm kind of getting tired here. I'm going to try and do one more thing. I'm going to try and get this to play again, because it used to play really well, and it would make a little animated thing, and then I think I'm going to call it quits. So I'm going to get this working, and then I'll worry about the command history another time. So fix playback of macro. So all right, first of all, I should check my code in. So J-KVM. J-KVM, fix handling the space key. Or fix space, send space key to k ASCII when no k of space. What else do I have? cd UiApp.js. What is this? Okay, so macro recorder. UiApp macro recorder. The macro playback is not in this thing, but that's okay. That needs to be when I clean it up. I'll move it to the J-KVM repository. And over here, I have not changed any code. This is all junk. Okay, so I didn't. All the code was in KVM. Did I push that? I did. Okay. So I'm going to fix the playback of macros, and then I think I'm done for today. So the idea is that this string. So I'm going to record this string and move it into that repl. No, it's not key. It's into this. So my macro is based on this starting string is. Oops, that was Emacs paste instead of tmux paste. So here's my macro that I just recorded. All right. So this is the line that actually causes the editor to run, but I don't want it to run. I want it to so ed is the plain edit widget, but the UiApp widget here. But TED, this is the thing that has the playback in it, and this does not operate on strings. This operates on box strings. So where you each instead of a line of characters, it's a line of tokens, each one in a box. But it's fine. Okay, so the macro, as I recorded it, should run on TED. Not even though I'm recording it from ed, it should run on the token editor. So this is clunky and not the way it ought to work, but I can make this happen for today, and that's all I care about right now. All right, so if I hit toke, I need to get this thing working, and this draw toked used to be me rendering the tokens directly to the screen, and I don't believe it actually exists yet to do restore draw token and kpxy. Okay, so I need to restore that. So draw. So what I've been using to render these widgets is this. I've got this event loop, and I'm rendering to these buffers, and so on every frame, between any two frames, you can make a change to a widget, and you can say this widget is dirty. You can mark it. You can set the R flag on it, so it needs a refresh, and then it will re-render that widget. But the way this do command works is it would bypass the event loop. So this needs to be. I need to be able to call this within the event loop. I need to call it asynchronously, so I work through the macro one step at a time. I do not want to do this today. So in the future, I need to update macro player so that it works inside an event loop rather than being an event loop, or not an event loop, but being its own loop rather than being a top level loop. So it can't have a while loop. It has to be it has to just do one step at a time. So that's fine. So what I will do is I will define this draw token to be. So I will restore draw token. So this was originally a verb that was outside of an event loop that rendered that one thing. So I can do that. So I need to do what the app framework is doing, which is I need to have an actual buffer. So it's called vid equals conu vid. Do I have vid conu vid? Yes. And I need to call create, so I pass in an empty string. No, I pass in the let's see, create in the namespace called vid should be init at, I'm just going to look up the code, vid.ijs. So init is create, and you pass in the height and width. So if I want the width and height, okay, so ed names. I need to remember how to get the names of the shape of the editor. Oh, that's okay. I was expecting these to have a width and a height. They don't. The W in TED is the width of the field, but so the height is 1. So the buffer is, yeah. I'm in my head. A widget has an X coordinate, a Y coordinate, a width, and a height, and I think that's actually how they're defined in UI widget. Yeah. What did I call it? UI edit widget. No. UI widget. Oh, UI widget. Name. I'm sorry. It's that. Yeah. So I do have a width and a height in the in the abstract definition of a widget, but I don't actually override these in the editor because the height is just 1, and I just draw to the end of the line. Okay. So but no, the app. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I don't have to reconstruct this. I can just look at the code and see what it does. Oh, I know what I can do. Okay. All right, we got it. This is hacky, but this is going to work. Okay. So I'm just going to. Okay. I've lost my place. I'm in the editor, right? No, I'm in the token editor, and I'm going to do something stupid, like clunky and kludgy, but it's going to work. So I'm going to give app equals co-new app equals I'm going to create an app on the fly that is called not code. What do I want? I want myself. So I want the current. So the way you refer to yourself as an object is you ask for the co-name. So you I believe app takes a list of co-names like this. So when this runs, it will be running inside of the token object TED, and so co-name will be is self. That's how you say self. I'm going to put myself in a list and pass myself to a new app. Not app. It's called a UiApp, I believe. Yep, co-class UiApp. Now that and then at the end I'm going to co-destroy that app, and then I'm going to render the app, and that should draw the token editor on the screen, which is what used to happen when I was drawing directly to the screen without the app thing. So I have my macro, right? Somewhere I have a macro in repl, right? So TED do _ TED macro. Okay, I think this is going. I think this is either going to give me a weird error or it's going to draw an animation of what I just typed. I'm pressing enter. I'm taking my hands off the keyboard. It broke. Okay, domain co-name broke. Why would that break? Oh, yeah, co-new is what I want. Rank error co-name. All right, so TED. Oh. Ah. Stop that. All right. Okay, so macro is my string. TED is my object. I want to make sure what co-name does what I think it does inside of TED. It gives me 2. That's what I expect it to do. It gives me self. And do I? Oh, okay. So co-destroy does not take a. Oh, okay. So co-destroy should be like that. So I don't destroy my, I don't garbage collect a lot. All right, so I think this works now. Maybe. So Ted do a macro. Ooh, it's working. It is ugly as crap, but it's working. Why did that work? Why did that look so bad? Let's see. It also didn't. It didn't start. Wait, did it? Let's draw just Ted. Render Ted. I think it's. Hang on. Let's see. Oh, because I'm not calling render ed, so so let's okay. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try just calling render here. I think this is gonna clear the screen and it's gonna cause a lot of flicker. But I think this without the app, it's gonna work a little better. Hang on. Yes. Okay. So that. It's going too fast. Where's the speed? The speed is hard coded. I got to think about the speed here. I'm thinking about doing. All of this is working except I'm not initializing it with this. So B is the B from ed. So that should initialize the buffer. What we're seeing at the moment is that it's doing all these things and waiting 150 milliseconds between each one, but it wasn't initialized, so there wasn't anything being backspaced or whatever. Okay. I think what's happening is it's being backspaced, but how about this? I'll render it and then clear to the end of the line. And that should not flicker. This is the wrong way to do it. I'm bypassing the whole application thing, but I think this is going to work. It's not working. Oh, I know why it's not working. It's not working because my interpreter doesn't know what the X command does. So okay, so B goes back, but we got to fill in what X does, and we got to fill in what capital X does. So capital X does let's see. So go to edit. So capital X does BSP, so backspace. BSP. And lowercase so I've got a problem here because this is editing as if it's a list of characters, but it's going to replay on tokens. So the backspace here, this X is actually going to delete an entire token, not a character. That's okay. It's wrong, but this is very clunky, but it's going to work. Still not working. Also, because it's deleting, but we're not at the end of the string. So $sign needs to go to end of line, right? I think that's what I called it. There we go. Not syntax highlighted correctly. And we got these numbers. I don't know where the numbers. I understand why the syntax highlighting isn't happening, right? Because we're inserting each. Because it's a token editor, each character is being inserted as if it were a token, which is wrong. So I gotta break this between. I have to make this work on the character editor, not the token editor. I'm not going to do that today. I just want to figure out what these numbers are coming from, and then I'm going to call it a day. So let's run. I'm going to turn it. I'm going to run it one more time. Oops. I've lost my place. Do TED macro. So I'm just going to copy this. So do TED macro deletes. Oh, sorry. But hello world. Oh, 234 is a color. 234 and 7 are the colors of this thing. I don't see what is causing the colors to come out. I've got a bug somewhere. Okay, well, you know what? This almost works. It's replaying the macro correctly. It's doing the right thing. It's just it's rendering wrong. But that's what I wanted it to do. It is working. I am tired. My throat is hurting from talking for 5 hours. So I'm going to wrap this up. It looks like we still have 6 people here. So thanks everyone who's stuck with me and come by. This was a lot of fun for me. It was kind of cool to have people commenting, and I hope this wasn't too bad. I'm going to post this whole thing to, provided it actually recorded, I will post this whole thing to probably my personal YouTube channel, not Tangent Storm, but just my Michael Wallace, my name. And then I might attempt to edit this and put some clips of the highlights on the Tangent Storm channel. But in the past, it has taken me like, an hour to edit, 1 minute of video, 2 minutes of video. With 5 hours of footage, I don't know how good this is going to be as a thing to watch. But anyway, yeah, thanks for watching. This was, for those of you watching on YouTube later, let me know what you think of this. I've never done a live stream before, and I'm enjoying it, but suggestions are very welcome. So, good to see all you fine people, and I will talk to you another time. If I can figure out how to turn this off. All right, I'm just going to hit the stop streaming button, and let's see if that works. So, adios.